seated. Mr. Kein, you are still under oath. And Mr. Self, you may examine.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kein.
Morning.
Let me make sure I understand, because it was getting late last night. There were two types of evidence that you talked about that were admitted into evidence today, yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
We primarily were talking about various different items, such as purse,
Yes.
miscellaneous papers,
Yes, sir.
and there were things like buccal swabs or DNA samples that were
Yep.
taken from liquid or blood.
Yes, sir.
And in addition to that, there were fingerprint cards, which are all, right?
Yes, sir.
Lots of fingerprint cards.
Yes, sir.
But you did not say whose fingerprints were on any of those cards, correct?
That is correct.
That's, from my understanding, going to be subject to when you get recalled as a witness in this case.
Yes, sir.
A little bit later, okay. Sometimes when you take these as a crime scene technician, you take a fingerprint sample, but when, as an examiner, whatever the sample is not useful enough to actually make a conclusion from, correct?
Right. There are different, when you evaluate a print, there's times where we consider it no value, which means there's insufficient detail of the fingerprint there, ridge detail.
And with regard to any of the items or blood samples, or I call them fancy Q-tips, but the DNA samples that are in the fancy Q-tips and put in the pipettes, those are sent off to the FDLE lab, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't draw any conclusions about whose DNA might be on those items.
No, sir.
But you are aware, as a crime scene technician, that sometimes those samples can go to the lab and produce unusable samples as well, correct?
I've never been personally involved in anything like that, but I can imagine that could be true.
Back when this event happened in 2002, you were in training, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have at this time.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused at this time, recalled later?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you could just wait out in the hallway.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
State, you may call your next witness.
Hello, Macdonald.
Yes, I do.
You need to, those arms swivel down. And sometimes you have lots of stuff. Yes. You may, sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Troy Robert Macdonald, Macdonald.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
What police agency are you employed by, sir?
Sanford Police Department.
And how long have you been an officer with the Sanford Police Department?
September of this year will mark 29 years.
So is it fair to say that you were employed as a police officer by the city of Sanford on May the 27th of 2002?
Yes, sir.
On May the 27th of 2002, Were you dispatched to look for a vehicle that was connected with a missing person reported out of Orlando?
Yes, sir.
Where were you sent to look for this vehicle, sir?
25th and French, a specific location of the Walmart, I believe.
Is it Walmart or Walgreens?
Walgreens, apologize.
Kind of run together.
Yeah, 25th and French, though.
And did you find the vehicle?
I did.
I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you what is in evidence in State's Exhibit number 12. And I ask you to take a look at this photograph. Do you recognize what's shown in that picture?
Yes, I do.
Is that the vehicle that you found that evening?
Yes, it is.
Does it appear in substantially the same condition as it was when you found it, but for the trunk being open?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. And publish, Your Honor.
Has it been admitted?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you may.
And turning around, this is the photograph on the screen of the 8 by 10 that I just showed you, is it not, officer?
Yes, it is.
Now, officer, when you arrived on scene, was anyone with the car?
No, sir.
What happened next?
Based on the information I had, and to basically go there, attempt to locate the vehicle and the circumstances surrounding it, I immediately deemed it a crime scene and basically initiated putting up crime scene tape around the area and initiating, I believe, a crime scene log at that time, control the area.
Did other law enforcement personnel ultimately arrive on scene?
Subsequently, yeah, I can't remember exactly who came in, but basically there were a few that came in after I controlled the scene.
Did the Sanford Fire Department also respond to the scene?
They did, a little bit after the fact, yes.
Were you present when the Sanford Fire Department engine arrived?
I probably was, sir, of course, but I just cannot physically remember seeing them there. But of course, there were several people that responded.
As you sit here today, do you remember any of the fire department personnel that were on scene?
Not at the time, only through a little bit of reflection.
Okay, that's fine. Were you involved, Officer Macdonald, in gaining entry to this vehicle?
I was not.
Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination?
Morning, Officer McDonald.
Good morning, sir.
Where is this Walgreens located?
It's at 25th Street and 1792 in Sanford.
In Sanford. And about how far is that from here?
Approximately 20 miles.
Okay. And how far is that Walgreens off of Interstate 4?
Approximately 5 to 6 miles.
Okay. And you arrived on it was the evening of May 27th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it would have been about, I think according to your report, it says 21:53. Does that sound right?
That would be right.
And for those of us who don't speak military time, what time is 21:53?
9.
Just about
Yeah.
9, just about 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Right? And what time did the Sanford Police Fire Department get there?
I do not recall, sir.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that refresh your recollection?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
May.
Can I ask you to look at that, read the report specifically there, time that they arrived. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does vaguely. Arrived 2300, 11 p.m.
So 2300. The fire department got there at 2300, which is about 11 p.m. And you had gotten there at about 9 p.m.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, ma'am, this witness may be released.
I have a juror, we have a question from a juror. the attorney's approach, please. Officer Macdonald, if you arrived at 21:53, is that almost 10 p.m. or almost 9 p.m.?
That's almost 10 p.m., Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any follow-up on behalf of the state?
No, ma'am.
Any follow-up on behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness now, any additional questions from the jury? May this witness then be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
You are free to go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State, you may call your next witness.
Mike Ulleion.
Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So you can have a seat. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, it's Michael Ulleion, Uglione.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
How were you employed, sir?
I'm retired
How long have you been retired?
since 2017
And prior to 2017, how were you employed?
with the Sanford Fire Department.
And how long did you serve as a firefighter with Sanford Fire Department?
A little over 25 years.
And what rank did you hold when you left, when you retired, sir?
Was a lieutenant.
And when you say that you were a lieutenant, what does that mean? What are your duties as a lieutenant, just in broad terms?
In charge of an engine company and a rescue company with about 4 firefighters in a fire station.
Okay. And you would be the senior officer on duty?
At that station, that's correct.
What was your rank in May of 2002?
Lieutenant,
So you were in charge of an engine company at that time?
that's correct.
On May the 27th of 2002, did your engine company have the occasion to be dispatched to the Walgreens parking lot in Sanford, Florida?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the call that you were dispatched to?
It was to assist police on scene.
That's kind of a generic call, isn't it?
Correct.
Not an emergency call.
No, it was non-emergency.
And when you arrived on scene, what did you find?
In the parking lot, there was a vehicle and several Sanford police officers on the outside of the in the perimeter of the parking lot.
Yeah, would that be basically a crime scene perimeter had been set up?
I don't believe it was set up at that point when we first arrived, but after we'd been there, I think they were putting up some tape.
Were there, let me ask you this, were there law enforcement personnel from any other agency on scene?
Yes,
And what agency was that, sir?
I believe Orlando PD.
Yeah, sir, if I could get you to look at the screen, I think it shows in front of you. I'm showing you what's marked and is in evidence as State's Exhibit 12. Do you recognize that vehicle?
Vaguely, yes.
Does that appear to be the vehicle that you found when you responded to the Walgreens parking lot in 2002?
I believe it to be, yes.
And other than the trunk being open, is that vehicle in substantially the same condition as it was when you arrived?
Yes.
Now, you said that there were personnel from the Orlando Police Department on scene, as well as Sanford Police Department personnel. What were you ultimately requested to do with this car to assist the police department?
The OPD officer wanted me to open the trunk.
And did you do that?
No, he didn't want to create a lot of damage to the vehicle, so we never opened the trunk.
Were you able to gain entry into the vehicle?
Yes,
How did you do that?
through the vent window of the front of the vehicle.
And for those of us that may not remember what a vent window is, could you describe that for us, sir?
Yes, it's a triangular shaped window next to the square window in the front seat of the vehicle.
And there's one on both sides, right?
Yes, usually.
Did you have to break the vent window, or were you able to pop it out somehow?
I don't recall. I think maybe it might have been pushed open and the lock may have broken to access the inside lock.
Were you able ultimately to gain entry into the vehicle?
Yes.
After you gained entry into the vehicle, what did you do next?
We were trying to access the trunk of the vehicle, so myself and an OPD officer got in the back of the vehicle and tried to remove the back seat of the vehicle.
Were you able to do that?
No.
Did you ever see what was in the trunk of the vehicle?
No.
After you attempted to remove the back seat of the vehicle accompanied by an Orlando Police Department officer, what did you do?
I believe we exited the vehicle and left the scene with them. We were unable to access the back seat, and we didn't want to do a lot of damage to the trunk. OPD said that they would call a locksmith.
So you had done what you were sent to do
Correct.
and accomplished your task,
Yes.
and then went back to the station and did whatever you did.
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Ulleion,
Good morning.
do you have an independent recollection of this event in 2002?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. And you just testified on direct examination that you think you might have pushed in the vent and gained access that way. Is it possible that you could have broken the window?
It wasn't myself, it was another firefighter, and I believe he might have pushed the articulating triangle window, and the lock may have popped off. I don't recall.
So if we're looking at the photograph that's before you, the A pillar of a car is the post that connects the passenger window and the windshield, correct?
Correct.
And the B pillar is the pillar of the car that is just past the passenger door before the rear doors, correct?
Correct.
So the square portion of the window would be between the B pillar and that square portion, and the vent part would be the triangle in that front portion of the window, right?
Correct.
And so you're saying another officer may have pushed that and the window may have broken?
I believe it was another firefighter that made entry into.
Because I'll ask you to look on the photograph by the right front tire, there appears to be glass particles on the ground. Is that consistent with what happened?
I don't recall it being broken to the point where glass had broken, but I don't recall.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been placed into evidence as Exhibit 3. photograph number 2 of the composite exhibit number 3, does that appear to be the vent window?
Yes,
And does that appear to be broken to you?
yes,
And in photograph number 3, does that appear to have shards of glass on the ground by the front right tire?
yes,
And in photograph 11, does that appear to be shards of glass on the passenger floorboard?
yes.
Does that look substantially how it did when you saw it in 2002?
I really don't recall.
You don't recall. Thank you. How far is this Walgreens from I-4?
The Walgreens in Sanford from I-4,
Yes.
maybe 5 miles?
Thank you. How far is the Walgreens in Sanford from here, where we are right today?
15 miles, maybe?
Thanks.
All right, any redirect?
No, ma'am, this witness may be released.
All right, any questions from the jurors? I see none. You are free to go. Thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Lewis Kein.
Gage, please raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Louis Kaine, C-A-I-N.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Mr. Kein, how are you employed now?
I just came back contractually with the city of Orlando.
And you're a contract employee doing what?
Currently, ID fingerprinting.
Okay. And how long have you been a contract employee at the Orlando Police Department?
I was with Vehicle for Hire prior to getting transferred over to the ID unit, so since August of last year, 5 months?
Okay. And prior to becoming employed as a contractor or contract employee with the Orlando Police Department, how were you employed?
I was a crime scene investigator with the City of Orlando Police Department. I retired in 2021.
How long were you a crime scene investigator with the Orlando Police Department?
20 years, sir.
What sort of training, with specific emphasis on the collection of rolled fingerprints, did you have, sir?
We usually have FTOs, field training officers, which we have 4 phases. Photography, the first phase is with your field training officer where you observe. The second part of it is you're more hands-on, and then the third phase of it is, you're on your own, but they're monitoring what you're doing. So we went to the morgue and rolled fingerprints on a regular basis on cases that we were involved in.
Okay, and explain to the jury, if you would, please, sir, what a rolled fingerprint is as opposed to a latent fingerprint.
A rolled fingerprint would be where we roll the fingerprints, either on a live person or a deceased person. So it would be, digit to digit inked rolled fingerprints. We do all 10 fingers.
And how do you mechanically do this?
It's physical. You take your ink, usually the ink pads, which are more, feasible for when you're out in the field or at the morgue.
and you ink the subject's fingers, and then you roll them digit to digit.
And you try to roll fingernail to fingernail, do you not?
Yes, sir, end to end.
In May of 2002, you were employed as a crime scene investigator, a crime scene technician with the Orlando Police Department, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And on May the 28th of 2002, as a part of your duties as a crime scene technician, were you directed to attend the autopsy of a deceased individual known as Theresa Green?
I don't recall the actual autopsy, but I did roll her fingerprints, yes, sir.
And you rolled fingerprints from Theresa Green, did you not?
Yes,
And
correct.
where did you do that?
At the morgue.
Okay.
The old morgue, sir, 1401 Lucerne Terrace.
Okay.
Not the new one. It's moved since.
I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Kaine, I'm showing you what is marked for identification as State's Exhibit AH Alpha Hotel. Take a look at this if you would, and tell me if you can identify it.
It's the latent printed unit evidence envelope that shows that the submitting CST was me, and the deceased victim's name, Theresa Green's 10 print card, postmortem fingerprints, 10 postmortem fingerprints.
Go ahead and open it up if you would.
Do you have a pair of gloves I can borrow?
Scissors.
I can tear it open, I just need some gloves. Yeah, if I'm gonna pull these cards out. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Take a look at it if you would, sir. Those appear to be in the same condition that they were in when you collected those fingerprints in May of 2002.
Let's see. Yes.
This time, Your Honor, I will offer State's Exhibit AH in evidence as the next consecutive number.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
AH will be admitted as State's Exhibit 36.
Before you put those back in there, let me get you to take one of the fingerprint cards out of the envelope, please. State random card is fine.
Okay.
And would you hold that up for the jury so they can see what exactly we're talking about? First, you're showing the jury the backside of the card, which contains written information describing what?
This shows the date, the case number, who lifted the latent print, and the deceased person's name. And then on the back is the finger that you specifically put on the card.
Yeah.
So you would put typically one finger on a separate card.
Okay. And this is a typical inked fingerprint, or rolled fingerprint that you collected from the deceased.
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. You can go ahead and put those back, and let me return this to the clerk. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
I have no further questions for Mr. Kaine. Thank you, sir. No question.
All right, may this witness be excused.
You may, Your Honor, with our thanks.
You are free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
State, you may call your next witness.
State recalls Howard Kein.
Mr. Kewen, you're still under oath, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Remain quiet.
Morning again.
Good morning.
Can you please reintroduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Howard Kewen. My name is spelled Kuehn.
When we talked yesterday and this morning, you mentioned that you were a fingerprint analyst for the Orlando Police Department, right?
That is correct.
We talked a little bit about your background as far as fingerprints are concerned, but how long have you been a fingerprint analyst?
Been a fingerprint analyst from 2004 to 2020 when I retired, so 16 years.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background and the training you received to allow you to do fingerprint analysis and comparison?
Well, all of the training that I received in education was on the job. I trained for 15 months or job shadowed 15 months with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Slate and Print Unit, and their senior examiner, where I was involved in working cases, practicing on OPD cases that was overseen by those examiners. And during that time, I went to several courses. Some were 40-hour, some were 80-hour classroom courses on latent print examination, palm print examination, and other various aspects of that.
And who put on some of those various courses you went to?
Those were put on by the International Association of Identification, or the IAI, as it's referred to.
What is IA?
International Association of Identification.
And were you also subject to regular proficiency training and oversight and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We've talked a lot about fingerprints, but what exactly is a fingerprint?
A fingerprint is the ridges on the surfaces of your fingers and palms, the little ridge lines and different areas like that.
How are fingerprints potentially left on a surface?
Through sweat, through residue of some other kind. If you had a foreign substance on your hands, say you had ink on your hands or something, or grease, and you touched something, you could leave it there, but mostly it's just by the perspiration in your fingers and palms.
Are fingerprints made up predominantly of water?
Yes.
You talked yesterday about a latent fingerprint, or a fingerprint that can't be seen by the naked eye, maybe left on something. What is a known or an inked fingerprint?
A known or an inked fingerprint is a set of prints where, as we discussed, you'll take a thin layer of printer's ink, black printer's ink, put it on each individual area of the hand, or else if you have an ink pad, you'll take one finger at a time, roll it on there, and then place it onto a piece of paper or a fingerprint card with a white contrasting background.
Like the fingerprints you took from the defendant that you talked about yesterday?
Yes, sir.
What is a fingerprint of value?
Fingerprint of value would be where there is sufficient ridge detail. And in other words, there has to be enough detail and clarity in the print to actually compare it to something else.
And what is meant if a print is of no value?
No value would mean that there was insufficient detail. Either it was smudged or it was just a little bitty piece. You can see ridge detail, but there's just not enough there to do a comparison.
Was it common when you were a fingerprint analyst for a crime scene technician to lift a latent fingerprint from a scene, bring it to you, and you look at it and say, there's just not enough information or it's of no value?
That is correct.
If a fingerprint that was provided to you, lifted by a crime scene technician, was determined to have no value, does that mean the crime scene technician did something wrong in lifting the print?
No, that does not.
Why not? What do you explain that?
Well, again, it's, when you touch something, you're not just sitting there and putting your hand down on something. You might just briefly brush up, like if I were to do this to open this door. Doesn't mean I'm going to leave a print there. Also depends on the type of surface and whether, again, you're just not purposely pressing down to leave a print. So when you process something, whatever you see of any kind of ridge detail at all, you send it in and then we evaluate it in the late print unit.
So I'm gathering by that answer, real life is not TV. Simply because you touch something does not mean you will always leave a fingerprint there.
Yes, sir.
Would that even be the case on a surface? I mean, I've been touching this podium for several days. Does that necessarily mean my fingerprints are going to be all over this?
That does not mean that they would be anything that would actually show up with any detail in it.
Can you explain to the jury briefly how you do a fingerprint analysis and comparison? How you take a latent fingerprint collected from a crime scene and compare it to known fingerprints of somebody to see if they match?
Well, the first thing you would do is if there's an entire fingerprint pattern there, and there's 3 types of patterns, there's whorls, loops, and arches. And a whorl pattern is a circular pattern. A loop would be just like I described. And an arch basically is where the ridge flows from one side, goes up to a peak, and comes down out the other side. If you have an entire latent print that has those characteristics, the class, what we call class characteristics, then you can look at an inked fingerprint card immediately. And if the latent print is a whorl print, but there are no whorl prints on that inked card, then you know that it's automatically not it. It's when you don't have the actual pattern is when you look for individual characteristics. And there are several of those that you would look at.
Is that predominantly what you did for many years at the Orlando Police Department?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd request permission to allow this witness to provide opinion testimony in the area of fingerprint analysis and comparison pursuant to the evidence code.
Any voir dire on qualifications? He may be permitted to render his opinion.
In this case, were you asked to analyze the latent fingerprints that were collected by crime scene technicians at various scenes, you included, number one, to determine if those fingerprints were of value, and if so, to compare them to several known individuals?
Yes, sir.
Had these fingerprints that were collected at the various scenes in this case, were they initially compared by a different analyst back in 2002?
Yes, they were.
Is that analyst currently deceased?
Yes, he is.
Now, have you gone back and re-examined those fingerprints and compared them to known fingerprints?
Yes.
Did you do an independent examination?
Yes.
Were you provided known fingerprints of Theresa Green that were rolled by crime scene technician Lewis Kaine at her autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Showing you must have been introduced to Exhibit 36. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that item?
Recognize these items as being the postmortem prints of Theresa Green taken by CST Lewis Kaine. On the cards, her name is listed, the exact location as in right palm, right hand. And on the smaller cards are individuals of the fingers, which contain the case number, the date the prints were taken, the CST's name, Lewis Kaine, and the case number, the victim's date of birth and such.
When you analyze fingerprints, do you note anything on the fingerprints, the cards, after you look at them, like your initials or anything like that?
Yes, depending on whether it's an identification or if it's not identified or if it's no value, that will be noted on the card.
Did you also obtain known recorded fingerprints of Theresa Green from the records of Orlando Police Department taken before she was killed?
Yes,
This time, state would move states AJ into evidence, known fingerprints of Theresa Green, date of birth 8/8/1963. They are a business record certification is attached and proper notice has been given, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
They will be admitted as State's Exhibit 37.
Showing you marked as states exhibit 37, or introduced as 37. Do you recognize those fingerprints?
yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's an envelope containing record fingerprints of Theresa Green with the OPD case number listed on the outside.
Can you open that item up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
What's inside?
Is a record set of record fingerprints, inked fingerprints, containing the name Theresa Green, date of birth.
What's the date of birth?
Date of birth is August 8th, 1963.
Is there a date that those fingerprints were recorded?
Yes. As best I can make out from this writing, it appears to be 1/27 of 2015. No, it can't be 2015. I'm sorry,
Is it the date smudged?
The date is smudged, yes. I can't make it out.
Does Orlando Police Department keep fingerprints like this that are rolled from individuals in their records?
Yes,
And does Orlando Police Department obtain fingerprints from individuals for various reasons, employment purposes, a variety of different reasons?
right. You could get them for weapons permits, a teaching job, any type of situation like that.
And do those known fingerprints also contain a signature reported to be Theresa Green?
Yes, it does.
Did you compare the known signed fingerprints of Theresa Green or in your Orlando Police Department records to the fingerprints of the person that Kein rolled at the autopsy in this case?
I did.
And what were your results?
I determined that they were the same person.
Confirming that the victim found in the trunk of this car was in fact Theresa Green.
Yes, sir.
These
Okay.
items back up.
Okay, there's that.
Were you also able to obtain similar known recorded fingerprints from Octavius Hayes, the victim's son?
Yes,
Did you also obtain known fingerprints of other individuals, Jason James Jones, Rosa Marie Jones, and Loretta Tomlin, relatives of the victim?
yes,
Did you also review known fingerprints, the known fingerprints that you rolled of the defendant that you talked about yesterday?
yes, I did.
Showing you State's Exhibit 35, introducing the evidence, the known fingerprints of the defendant. So at this point, I want to turn to your actual analysis of the latent fingerprints and your comparison to the known fingerprints of the people we just talked about.
All right.
Did you examine the various latent fingerprint cards submitted by crime scene technicians Karen Livengood, Doug Thomas, Marissa Gerber, now Kuzma, as well as fingerprints you lifted from the Bay Apartment Complex, Bay Run Bay Apartment Complex, as well as a white Oldsmobile?
Yes, sir.
If the fingerprint cards were of sufficient value, did you compare those cards of value to the known fingerprints of the various people we talked about?
I did.
Because these fingerprint cards were collected from various places, I'm going to kind of group them based on location to try to keep it a little easier. So I want to start with the various fingerprint cards lifted from the stairwell area and the exterior doors of apartment 11 and 12 in the apartment complex. Okay? Can I approach you on it?
Okay.
Showing you States Exhibit 2 and 22, introduced in the evidence. How many total print cards were lifted from that stairwell apartment complex area?
Give me one moment here. There would have been one, four.
Total?
Four total cards.
How many fingerprints total were in? Are there sometimes multiple fingerprints are on one card?
There can be multiple impressions on one card.
So how many total impressions were on those cards?
On these, there was just one impression on each card.
Of those fingerprints, how many of them were of value that you could actually use to compare?
May I refer to my report?
If we'll refresh your memory, please go ahead.
It
Of
would.
course, prevention.
There were two that were no value.
Did you compare those prints of value collected from that stairwell area to the known prints of Demorris Hunter, Theresa Green, Octavius Hayes, Jason Jones, Rosemarie Jones, and Loretta Tomlin?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
They were not identified.
So those prints of value from the stairwell did not match any of
They
them?
did not match any of the individuals mentioned, no.
Were you ever able to identify who left those prints?
No, we were not.
Considering those prints were collected from a stairwell accessible to the public and delivery people and things like that, is that surprising to you?
No, it is not. Sure. Oh. Apologize.
Referring to the latent fingerprints collected from inside apartment 9, the apartment associated with Demorris Hunter, how many fingerprints were lifted. And while you're looking at that, I'm going to show you, my approach,
You may.
show you State's Exhibit 29, 32, and 31.
Based on my count, there were 10.
How many of those 10 fingerprints collected from apartment number 9 were of comparison value?
Eight.
And of those 8 fingerprints, did any of them match the known fingerprints of the defendant, Demorris Hunter?
Yes, they did.
How many?
Six.
Is that at all surprising considering he lived in that apartment?
That is not surprising, no.
So of the 2 remaining fingerprints of value, did either of those fingerprints match the known fingerprints of Theresa Green?
Yes, one fingerprint did match Theresa Green.
And were you ever able to identify the remaining fingerprint of value that was collected from the defendant's apartment?
No, we were not.
Referring now to the latent fingerprints collected or photographed from the inside of the victim's apartment, apartment number 11, and not counting the fingerprints taken from the miscellaneous papers that we talked about, how many of those fingerprints were examined?
All of them were examined.
How many of them were from the victim's, inside of the victim's apartment, not including the ones from the miscellaneous papers?
Four.
How many of those fingerprints were of value?
3.
Did any of those 3 fingerprints from the inside of the victim's apartment match the victim?
Yes, it did.
How many?
1.
Again, not surprising considering she lived there, right?
Yes, sir.
Did any of those fingerprints of value match her son, Octavius Hayes?
Yes.
How many?
1.
Did that
I
remain?
apologize. I'm sorry. 2.
Did any of the fingerprints from the inside of the victim's apartment match the defendant?
No.
Were there other fingerprints that weren't of value that were collected you couldn't match because they weren't of sufficient value?
Right. There were several that were no value.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Okay.
Showing you State's Exhibit 26.
Get these out of the way.
Okay,
Right.
Don't get mad at me. I just provided you States 26, which I believe are the photographs and fingerprints collected by CST Live and Good. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
From the miscellaneous papers and things?
Yes.
Okay. Referring to those fingerprints, how many prints were present?
$18.
How many of those fingerprints were of comparison value?
$4.
Of those, did any of them match, of those fingerprints of value collected from the victim's bedroom, did any of them match the victim's fingerprints?
Yes, sir.
How many?
$1.
Of the remaining 3 prints of value from the victim's bedroom, did any of them match the defendant's?
No.
Did any of them match Octavius Hayes?
Yes, sir.
How many?
1. I apologize. Yes, 1.
Of the fingerprints collected from the victim's bedroom in the apartment, did any of them match the known fingerprints of the victim's relatives, specifically Loretta Tomlin, Miss Jones, or any of the other people that we spoke of?
Yes, Tomlin and Jones.
Okay. And where were those prints were taken from the inside of the victim's apartment?
Yes, on some of the items that were processed, yes.
Package those items up for me, sir. Thank you. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 5, fingerprints collected by Marissa Gerber, now Marissa Kuzma, from the white vehicle at Walgreens. Did you analyze those fingerprints as well?
Yes, I did.
How many fingerprints are present there?
There were 4 cards, 4 lift cards.
How many of them were of value?
2 were of no value.
2 were of no value?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you compare the fingerprints of value collected from the victim's white Oldsmobile to the known fingerprints of Theresa Green, Demorris Hunter, Octavius Hayes, and the other people we've spoken about?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to match any of those fingerprints of value to any of those individuals?
No, I was not.
What would fire or extreme heat do to the person's ability to lift a fingerprint from the surface?
Just like any type of atmospheric condition, rain, the heat, as you mentioned, the oxidation on a vehicle, all of those things could play a factor in being able to actually lift a print of value off of something.
If a vehicle was engulfed in flames, would you expect, based on that extreme heat, to have fingerprints be able to be lifted?
I would not expect it to be very good odds.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Kein.
Good morning again.
Hate to do this to you. Beating a dead horse, but, I'm gonna talk about the fingerprints in a slightly different way than what the state did. The state had you go through them sort of room by room, and I'm going to talk about the fingerprints as it relates to each fingerprint card or photograph gets a Q number in your system. Is that correct?
That is the way we did it at the time, yes, sir.
Okay. And in that Q system, each of those either cards or photographs of a print have an assigned number. That number is then tracked by the crime scene technician, and then it's ultimately given to the fingerprint examiner to make a determination on that card or that photograph, correct?
Well, as the latent examiner, I would have been the one to apply the Q number to each card. The cards would be turned in as a group, or however many they turned in at a time, and then we would, and the way I would try to do it is keep them in some sort of a sequential order, because we had multiple crime scene technicians turning things in, try to keep everything in the same order. So once everything was submitted, it would be assigned a number.
And in this case, you're kind of uniquely positioned that you were both a crime scene technician on the scene of this crime, but also later in your promoted job was the fingerprint examiner, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so starting altogether, the photographs, the fingerprints that we're talking about were given Q numbers by you, Q1 through Q45, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, and I forgot, and I may have actually made an error at one point. I forgot that at one point, the crime scene technicians, and I believe you may have been part of this at the time, you took fingerprints from apartment 9 and fingerprints from apartment 11, and you actually put them in the same envelope. They were labeled so that everyone knew what was from apartment 9 and what was from apartment 11, but they were given sequential, or they were put in the same envelope, correct?
That is correct. Well, we didn't put them in the envelope, but yeah.
Whoever put them in the envelope, put them in the envelope. But they were from 2 different apartments.
Yes.
In this case. So let's go through each of these cues one by one and just make sure that we have a perfect understanding of what was determined and where each of these fingerprints came from. Cue number 1 was from apartment 9, and from a flowered bowl that was next to the refrigerator, correct?
That is correct.
And that was determined to be, to match the comparison with Demorris Hunter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would expect that since he lived in apartment number 9.
Yes.
And Q number 2 also was from a flowered bowl next to the refrigerator that was determined to be a match with Demorris Hunter.
Yes, sir.
And Q number 3 was a flowered bowl next to the refrigerator. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Q number 4, the exterior of a flowered bowl next to the refrigerator in apartment number 9 also came back to Mr. Hunter.
Yes, sir.
And Q5, the exterior of a beige cup in the kitchen on the shelf above the sink in apartment 9 came back to Mr. Hunter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Q6 was the exterior on a beige cup in the kitchen on the shelf above the sink, apartment 9, also came back to Mr. Hunter.
Yes, sir.
Q7 is actually a lift from apartment 11, which would have been Miss Green's apartment, correct?
Q7, yes, it is.
And that would have been in the kitchen, what W counter would that stand for?
Would be west.
West
West.
counter in apartment 11 on a small drinking glass. That fingerprint was identified to the victim, Theresa Green, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would also expect in Miss Green's apartment to have Miss Green's fingerprints on certain items in the house, correct?
Yes, correct.
While we're at it, when you were talking about known samples, you had known samples of fingerprints from, I believe, from Demorris Hunter, from Octavius Hayes, from the decedent Theresa Green, from Jason James Jones. Do you know who that is?
No.
Rosemary Jones. Do you know who that is?
I only know by what we've talked about here.
Okay. Loretta Tomlin. Do you know who that is?
Same.
Okay. So you didn't know who those person was, but you didn't have known samples from Joseph Butler, correct?
I have no idea who that is.
You didn't have it from Joyce Butler, correct?
I have no idea who they are.
And you didn't have it from Lisa Moore or Lisa Moore Turner, did you?
No.
So you weren't able to compare any of these fingerprints to the Butlers or Miss Moore, correct?
I was never given those names to compare.
Okay. Getting back to our Q numbers and our fingerprints. Q number 8 is the exterior of the drinking glass located in the kitchen sink in the green tub in apartment 11. That was identified to the decedent, Miss Green, correct?
Yes, sir.
Q9 on a plate in the kitchen sink in apartment 11 was also identified to Miss Green, correct?
Yes, sir.
Q10, the external front stove in apartment 9 was identified to Miss Green, correct?
Yes, sir.
Q11, the exterior on a microwave in apartment 11 first lift had no value, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Meaning you weren't able to determine from that fingerprint whose it was.
Yes, sir. There was insufficient ridge detail.
Insufficient ridge detail, couldn't make enough, didn't have enough data to make that determination.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The Q12, the external on microwave in apartment 11, the second lift was identified as Theresa Green, the decedent, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Q13, on the west of the inside wood trim of the kitchen in apartment 11, that was identified as Octavius Hayes, the son of the decedent, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Q14 on the west kitchen counter in apartment 11 was identified as Rosemary Jones.
Yes, sir.
And you said you did not know who that is.
I did not know who any of those people are.
Okay. Q15, the interior freezer left side in apartment 9, we're going back downstairs to apartment 9 now, that was not identified.
That is correct.
Meaning there was a sufficient print, enough ridges, enough islands, enough loops, enough all of that to make a determination. You just didn't have a standard by which to compare it to.
That is correct.
And it did not hit in the APHIS system.
It did not.
Q16, we're back up in apartment 11 now. The exterior of glass, drinking glass located in the kitchen sink in the green tub in apartment 11, not identified. Again, enough information, but you weren't able to determine who that belonged to.
That is correct.
But you know that it wasn't Demorris Hunter because you had his known standard and could compare it against that, correct?
That is correct.
So you could rule him out
On that print, yes.
on that print, thank you. And on Q17, on the east side of the inside wood trim of the kitchen in apartment 11, again, not identified, meaning didn't have sufficient, you had a sufficient print, but didn't have sufficient standards to compare it to, or didn't hit in the APHIS system, correct?
Right, I don't know if that print was actually searched on APHIS. I would have to look into more notes, but that, yes, it was not identified to anything we had.
But you could specifically rule out Mr. Hunter on that because you had his standards.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Q18, the external of the drinking glass located in the kitchen sink in the green in the green tub in apartment 11, no value. In other words, not enough data from the print itself to make a determination. Q19, the beige cup going back down to apartment 9, that had no value.
Yes,
Okay. Q20, back up to apartment 11, the external of drinking glass located in the kitchen sink in the green tub in apartment 11 had no value, correct?
correct.
And Q21 on the plate from the shelf in the kitchen in apartment 9 back downstairs, no value.
That is correct.
Not enough ridges and loops to make a determination, correct?
Not enough rich detail, yes, sir.
Going to exhibit Q22. This was pulled, a print card or photograph, there is a photograph latent prints by CST Live and Good. This came from the black daily planner and looks like it was a receipt from 2001 House of Hope, August 12th. Was located in the victim's bed in apartment 11. That was identified to Theresa Green, correct?
Yes, sir.
Q23, the interior of the victim's door, front door, 29 inches from the left side of the door, 50 inches from the bottom of the door in apartment 11. That was identified to Theresa Green.
Yes, sir.
Q24, interior of victim's door, 30 inches from the left side, 55 inches from the bottom of the door. That was identified as the decedent's son, Octavius Hayes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Q25, the door frame to the victim's southeast bedroom, north side of the frame, 4.5 inches from the left rear door frame, 56 inches from the floor. That was identified as Octavius Hayes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Q26, one of the miscellaneous pieces of paper from the victim's purse that was on the bed, that was identified as Jason Jones.
Yes, sir.
And you'd said you did not know who Jason Jones was.
I did not know who he was.
And oftentimes receipts are like thermal paper, correct?
Yes, sir.
So when we talk about some surfaces are better than others in terms of leaving, where you can leave a fingerprint, correct?
Correct.
One of those types of surface are receipts, like thermal paper, because it has ink that is sometimes soft or malleable to the touch, correct?
Yes, sir.
What are some other examples of surfaces that are oftentimes good surfaces where fingerprints can be left?
Well, the best is going to be paper, obviously. Metal, glass, those are usually your best three.
Which is why, as a crime scene technician, and I'll ask you to put your crime scene technician hat back on for a second, one of the things that you check oftentimes is door handles, correct?
Correct.
Handles to refrigerators,
Yes.
sometimes surfaces to the refrigerator if you have a...
If they're not rough edges,
Right? Sometimes around sinks on the flat surfaces,
the porcelain,
porcelain or laminate around the sinks, correct? Okay, getting back to our cues now. To take a little break from the cues, we'll get back to the cues now. Q27, piece of paper, community thrift store from the victim's purse, that had no value, correct?
that is correct.
In other words, not enough ridges and ridge data to make a determination. Q28, House of Hope paper from the day planner from the victim's purse, that was identified as Loretta Tomlin, correct?
Correct.
Q29, House of Hope paper from the day planner from the victim's purse, again, identified as Loretta Tomlin, correct?
Yes, sir.
Q30, map paper from the day planner from the victim's purse, no value.
Correct.
Q31, front of direct TV network request form from the victim's purse, no value, correct?
Correct.
Q32, front of direct TV network request form, victim's purse, no value, correct?
Yes, sir.
Q33, located interior front door just above the door handle in apartment 11, no value, correct?
Correct.
Moving on to Q34, this is, appears to be coming from the left side of the bathroom sink counter, top, first lift. That was identified as Rosemary Jones, correct?
Yes, sir.
This would have been, if you have your recollection of the apartment in apartment 11, this would have been the sink countertop near where the watch was photographed. Is that correct?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Q35, left side of bathroom sink counter, second lift, identified as Rosemary Jones, correct?
Correct.
Q36, exterior cover of white ceiling fan found on floor of victim's bedroom, no value, correct?
Correct.
Directing your attention to Q37, these appear to be coming from the fingerprints lifted by CSTD Thomas from the stairwell. That's the stairwell that connects between apartment 11 and apartment 12 that runs down. Q37, the east wall of the stairwell, 24 inches above the handrail, 17 inches north of apartment 11 on the door trim. Again, that is not identified, correct?
Correct.
Meaning there was a sufficient sample from that latent card that was lifted, but it did not match any of the known standards that you had, correct?
Correct.
So in other words, it did not belong to Demorris Hunter because you had his standard, correct?
Correct.
But you don't know who it matched because you didn't either have a standard or it didn't have a hit in the APHIS system.
Correct.
Did we talk about what the APHIS system was for just a second?
Sure.
So the APHIS system is what?
Stands for the Automated Fingerprint Identification System.
So if someone has fingerprints that have been entered into that system and you enter an unknown sufficient sample, it will sometimes match. It would match, if it matches somebody in the system, you would then know who that was.
Well, what it'll do is, it's changed quite a bit since I last used it.
Sir.
But the algorithms have changed. It's much more efficient nowadays. But what you would do is you would go ahead and you would capture the image of the print you wanted. Whether it be a camera on the APHIS system, you will capture that, send it in. You will mark on it. It will automatically mark points for you, or characteristics, I should say, or we can mark them manually ourselves. Then you go ahead and enter it in. Depending on the time of the day, it could come back in 5 minutes, or it could be the next day, depending on how many people are using it. But what it will do, it will not give us an exact match. It will give us a list of anywhere from 20 to 30 candidates, and we never know their name. All we are given is a state ID number that's attached to those record prints. It'll be us up to look at it on the screen to see, print out that card, and then compare it side by side.
Which is significantly faster than the old system. Back when you used to work for the FBI, back when I started, there were fingerprint examiners who had to go through just shelves and shelves of cards to try to see if they would match someone, right?
Right. It was called the Henry system, and each finger was given a numerical classification as well as a alphabetized class as well.
And when you're making a determination with regard to fingerprints, we talked about that ridge data and islands and swirls and all that really good stuff. How many points of data are you trying to, at a minimum, trying to have before you can actually make a match?
Well, there's no real set number. That's been something that's been debated for years. There's really no set number. Again, if you have an entire, you have a class characteristic, like you have the pattern as I spoke of, a whirl, loop, or an arch, it's much easier to determine that way. If you don't have the actual class pattern and you're not sure what part it is, You have to look at the flow of the ridges. And while every fingerprint and palm print will have the same type of characteristics, they'll have bifurcations, they'll have ending ridges, just to name a few, dots, just to name the same, some of the terms they use. But you have to make sure that they maintain the same spatial relationship in the latent print as it would in the ink print or the record print. So in other words, you could have a bifurcation. First off, you have to make sure it's going the same. That's a single ridge that bifurcates into two and continues through the pattern. You would have to go ahead and make sure that it was always flowing in the exact direction, the correct direction, but also make sure that the intervening ridges was the same. You couldn't have, between one characteristic and another, you couldn't have two ridges in between it and three in the other one. It's not going to match. So you have to break it down quite a bit.
Appreciate that explanation. Directing your attention back to Q38, I think we had left off at. This is the west wall of the stairwell at the top of the stairs, 30 inches above the railing, 9 inches north of the trim. This fingerprint, again, was sufficient, but was not identified either in the system or to any of your known standards, correct?
Correct.
So we also know specifically, because there was sufficient enough data and you did have Mr. Hunter's standards, it was not Mr. Hunter's, correct?
Correct.
Directing your attention to Q39, the west wall of the stairwell at the top of the stairs, 36 inches above the railing and 24 inches north of the trim. That print had no value, correct?
Correct.
Q40, external of the door trim at apartment 11, 67 inches up high, that print had no value.
Correct.
And you couldn't compare it to anything.
Yes, sir.
Q41, the east wall of the stairwell, again, at the top of the stairs, 25 inches above the handrail, 12 inches north of the door trim, again, no value, correct?
Correct.
Let me direct your attention to, I believe, CST Gerber, now Kuzma, yes, I think that's how her names went. Q42 was the one fingerprint that was lifted from the Oldsmobile, right? The door handle of the interior driver's right side rear door of the 1992 white Oldsmobile 98, bearing tag G95DLN, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that fingerprint was not identified to anyone that you knew.
That is correct.
But there was a sufficient sample, and it just didn't match any of the known standards that you had or match in the APHIS system, correct?
Correct.
So, and you specifically can rule out that fingerprint belonging to Mr. Hunter because you had his known standards, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the fingerprint from the Oldsmobile did not belong to Mr. Hunter, correct?
That fingerprint was not identified to him, no.
It did not belong to Mr. Hunter, correct?
No, it did not belong to Mr. Hunter.
Thank you. The Q43, I remember CST Kuzma's testimony. She took one fingerprint from the car, but she'd also taken a few before she was told to stand down, I believe, up there at the location in Bay Run. So Q43 is the inner edge of the door jamb on the south side door of apartment 12. This is 48 inches from the floor, and that fingerprint was also not identified, correct?
Correct.
And that was, again, a sufficient enough sample that it could have matched, but it didn't match any of the standards that you had, didn't match anything in the APHIS system, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have the standards of Joyce or Joseph Butler, who lived in apartment 12, did you?
I did not know of them, no.
Q44, the inner edge of the door jamb on the south side of apartment 11, that print had no value, correct?
Correct, sir.
And Q45, the south wall, top stairwell, just east of the fire extinguisher box, 57 inches from the floor, that print had no value, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that's all of the prints that you examined in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And specifically, as we discussed, none of these prints were linked in apartment 11 to Demorris Hunter, correct?
No, they were not.
And none of the prints were linked from the white Oldsmobile found in Walgreens in Sanford to Demorris Hunter, were they?
No, they were not.
I may have a moment.
fingerprints unique to individuals?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And how many of the fingerprints that you examined of those 45 were of no value?
How many were no value? May I refer again? Appears to be 15.
Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
You are free to go, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
And ladies and gentlemen, I think it's about time to take a morning break. I'm going to have the same instructions I've had for you before. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. Leave your pads and pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return. I'm going to ask that you be back in 15 minutes, and we will resume the trial at that time.
Jury exiting.
may be seated. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Terry Coul.
Okay, please raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Would you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
My name is Terry Kuehl, Kuehl.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ms. Kuehl, how are you employed?
I'm sorry.
How are you employed now?
I'm retired.
And before you retired, how were you employed?
I had worked as an arson investigator for Harris County in Texas.
And Harris County is with Houston, is the main city in Harris County, is it not?
Yes.
And how long were you an arson investigator, fire marshal investigator in Harris County?
I was an arson investigator in the city of LaPorte from 92 to 97, and then from 97 to 2005, I was in Harris County as an arson investigator.
Ma'am, tell us, if you would, your the training that you went through to be qualified as an arson investigator.
I went to Texas A&M and took the basic classes of investigating, and then I went back to Texas A&M and took arson investigation, and then went back and took fatality fire investigations. And every year I would go at least twice a year back to A&M for continuing education classes.
And the courses that you had to take at Texas A&M, how long did these courses last?
At least a week up to 2 weeks.
Okay. And in addition to formal training at Texas A&M, what other training and experience do you have in fire investigation?
I went to the NFPA, National Fire Protection Agency, and took classes from them. I went to an FBI class and took classes, investigative classes there. And several different agencies around would hold different classes on investigations.
Ms. Coul, do you have a judgment as to how many fires you have investigated over the course of your career?
I quit counting at 1,000.
Okay. Do you recall what year you quit counting?
Probably about the third or fourth year of my employment.
Okay. So I take it from this that it is common for a fire investigator to be called out to a structure fire or a vehicle fire. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a judgment, Ms. Coul, as to how many times you have testified in court in the field of arson investigation?
Several, many.
Would that be more than 10, more than 20?
Probably between 10 to 20.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Ms. Coul as a witness qualified to testify to opinion testimony with respect to fire and arson investigation.
Any voir dire?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
When was the last time that you worked as an arson investigator?
In 05, December of 05.
So more than 20 years ago.
Yes.
You don't currently work as an expert in that field, correct?
I was never an expert.
You aren't currently employed as an arson investigator, correct?
No, not now.
And you aren't a member of any organization
Not now.
involving arson investigators?
Not now.
And you haven't kept up with the current standards or current education for arson investigators?
No, I have not.
And I believe I recall from your depositions that you had previously testified in only perhaps 2 cases that actually went to trial?
In Houston, yes.
Yes. And those were before this case in 2002?
Yes.
And in the present case, you never actually completed any investigation because you were never able to get to the inside of the van, correct?
Correct.
Didn't run any tests?
We didn't do that back then.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. The court will permit her to render her opinion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Coul, in 2002, about the end of July, specifically July the 30th of 2002, at about 12:50 in the morning, were you called out to investigate a vehicle fire?
Yes, sir, I was.
And at the time, in July of 2002, that you were called out to investigate this vehicle fire that we're talking about, were you current on all of your training, education, experience, and necessary certifications?
Yes, sir, I was.
You were actively working as an arson investigator in 2002, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And did you investigate a vehicle fire
Yes, sir.
on July the 30th of 2002?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if I may approach.
May.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what is marked for identification as State's Exhibit AL Alpha Lima. If you would take a look at this document and tell me if you can recognize it.
Yes, sir, it's out of a key map.
What do you recognize that to be?
The location of the van fire that I was called to.
And does this map truly and accurately depict Houston, Harris County,
Yes, sir.
Houston, Harris County, Texas?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer State's Exhibit AL, subject to judicial notice, as the next consecutive exhibit.
Any objection?
No, sir.
AL will be admitted as State's Exhibit 38.
May I publish, Your Honor? Ms. Coul, you should have it on the screen in front of you and also on the screen behind you. Where was the van located, if you would, please, ma'am?
It was right about there.
Now, Ms. Coul, you can use this by moving it around, and it moves the little cursor around. So I'm going to let you do that before I break it.
Okay.
You'll need to do it on that map back there, yeah.
It's a little bit
Mm,
twitchy.
right about in there.
That would be toward the bottom of the map, just a bit. What is the main highway running through here?
This is the Beltway.
And just a bit
Beltway
north of
8.
the Beltway.
It's north of the Beltway and east of 288, which is here.
Can everyone see? Thank you, ma'am. Now, Ms. Coul, if you would, let me get you to describe the area where the van was found, and you went to, the scene that you went to.
It was isolated. There was no street lights. It was just total darkness. There was no buildings or anything. It was just a big field. To the west, it was a big field, and then I believe on the other side it was a field. There was no development out there.
Very rural area,
Yes,
very deserted area.
yes.
And I believe you said there were no structures close by. No, were there any buildings or residences close to the scene? Where the
Not
van was found?
in that block. No, there wasn't any in that area.
And how heavily traveled was this side road where the van was found?
It wasn't.
Tell us, if you would, Ms. Coul, when you arrived on scene at about a little before 1 o'clock in the morning, what did you find?
There was an abandoned, burnt vehicle, a van, and a City of Houston police car. The fire department had already left, and it was just us, and he gave me his case report, and then he left.
So you said the fire department had already left.
Fire department had already left.
Was this Houston Fire Department or county?
Houston Fire Department.
So you don't know exactly what means they employed to put the fire out, I guess.
Just water, because there was water everywhere. No,
Probably flooded it?
They didn't use foam or anything, just
Okay.
water.
The fire was dead out when you got there, correct?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Nay.
Ms. Coul, I'm showing you what is marked by identification, States Exhibit AM, Alpha Mary. Take a look at it, which has previously been shown to defense counsel. Ma'am, take a look at this series of photographs and tell me if you can recognize what they are.
Yes, sir, that's the van that was on the location.
You would go ahead and flip through the rest of them if you would. And when you're done, tell us if these photographs truly and accurately reflect the van as you found it that night.
Yes, sir, they do.
Thank you, Ms. Coul. Your Honor, I will offer States Exhibit AM as the next consecutive number. No objection, Your Honor.
AM will be admitted as State's Exhibit 39.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Nay.
Ms. Coul, looking at the photograph that's displayed, photograph number 1 in the lower left, right-hand corner, what is this?
It's a burnt van.
This is the van that you found on July the 30th at about 12:50 a.m.
Yes, sir, it is.
And how would you describe the fire damage to the van? Would you describe it as extensive, or what would you
It was a
categorize it?
total destruction.
Ma'am, I'm showing you second photograph, number 2 in the lower right-hand corner. What is that a photograph of?
Of the front of the vehicle.
Had the hood been raised by the time you arrived?
Yes, sir. This is exactly the way it was when I arrived.
Okay, so I guess the suppression units raised the hood?
I have no idea.
Okay. Was there any point of origin of a fire that could be located within the engine compartment of the vehicle?
No, sir.
And turning to the third photograph in the series, number 3, the lower right-hand corner, what does this photograph show?
It was taken from the driver's side into the front of the van.
There's a large amount of white debris under and to the other side of the steering column. What is that, if you can tell?
I believe it was the plastic covering that covers the engine.
It's what we used to call the doghouse, right? And there is no upholstery left on the seats?
No, sir.
Now, turning to the next photograph, photograph 4, numbered at the lower right-hand corner. What is this a photograph of, please, ma'am?
That is the photograph that I took from looking in through the back windows towards the front.
Okay, and towards the front, we can see the 2 burned seats
Yes, sir.
and the engine compartment that's destroyed.
Yes, sir.
In about the middle, toward a bit toward the right, there are some dark circular objects that are shown in this photograph. What is that?
Bed springs,
Bed springs?
like mattress springs.
I assume those were metal?
Yes, sir.
Was there any of the fabric or non-metal component of that set of bed springs remaining?
I don't remember. I just know that it was intact. The mattress was, the springs, they were all intact there.
Okay. Now, ma'am, when you arrived on scene, or during the course of your investigation, did this vehicle have a license plate
No,
affixed
sir.
to it?
No, sir, it did not.
Was there any evidence that you could see that the license plate had been destroyed by the fire?
I could not find a license plate.
Now, looking at the inside of the van, I believe you said that there was a mattress and box springs.
It was just the mattress was what I,
Was there other material located in the back of the van? Lumber or anything of that nature?
yes, sir, there was, looked like a large, like a tree branch. It was a large piece of wood, and there was pieces of charred lumber, like a bunch of trash had been put in there.
I know it kind of begs the question here, but wood is combustible, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And mattresses are combustible, aren't they?
Yes, sir, they are.
Was the gas tank filler cap open or closed?
It was missing. It was open. The door was open and the cap was missing.
Was there any debris found in the filler tube?
Yes, sir.
What is the significance of that, ma'am?
Intentional for it to burn. They could have put something down in there. You know, there was debris down in there, which is, if it was not intentionally set, there wouldn't be anything there.
So in other words, that would be consistent with someone sticking an object down the filler tube and lighting it?
Yes, sir.
Were there any remaining combustible materials within the back of the van?
Not inside.
Were you able to determine, based upon your investigation and based on your training, education, and experience as a fire investigator, what the point of origin of this fire was?
It was inside the van.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the fire was intentionally set?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that opinion, ma'am?
That it was intentionally set.
This was not an accidental fire?
No, sir, it was not.
This was not an electrical fire?
No, sir, it was not.
How can you tell that it was not an electrical fire?
I don't believe there's anything electrical in the back of the van.
Okay, that would rule it out.
Yes, sir.
Were you able, with the tools and such available to you in 2002, to determine whether or not some sort of an accelerant was used?
I could not at that time. At that time that I was employed, we did not have anything. We would take samples, but I was unable to get into the van to take
Okay.
samples.
And when I say an accelerant, explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means in fire investigation terms.
Any combustible liquid, such as gas, gasoline, cigarette lighter, fluid, any kind of liquid that would burn.
Ma'am, after you concluded your investigation, what was done with the van?
I had called to request for a wrecker to come pick it up, and I waited approximately 30 minutes, and no one showed up, which was not surprising because of the area that it was in. So I put one of my ID tags on it, and I believe I had another call that I had to leave to go to. So I left it.
Ma'am, were you able to find a vehicle identification number or a VIN number on this vehicle?
No, sir, the VIN number was destroyed.
Are you familiar with the practice of car manufacturers putting a confidential VIN number in various secret locations on their products?
Yes, sir, I am.
Did you attempt to find the confidential VIN number on this vehicle?
I did not, but I put in a request that it be found from City of Houston ID.
And did you participate in locating the confidential VIN number?
No, sir, I did not. One of my partners did.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Morning.
How long did it take you, how do I back up to the map? Looking at our map again, how long did it take you to get to the scene of the crime on, I think you indicated that the van was located on Furman Avenue, Road?
It's a road.
Road, okay. How long did it take you to get to Furman the night that you got there?
I couldn't recall.
Okay. Where were you coming from?
At that time, I'm not sure. I could, because I was the only one working that night for the whole county.
Do you remember what time of day you got called?
It was around midnight, I believe.
Were you working the graveyard shift or third
Yes,
shift?
I was working the night shift
What were those hours back then?
from 11 to 6 in the morning.
Okay. And where would have, if you had come from the headquarters, where would that have been?
Well, we worked out of our vehicle.
Okay. You didn't go back to the Harris County Fire headquarters or anything like that?
No, I didn't stay there. We pretty much kind of just roamed around.
At the time that you went to that location, what was the population of Houston, Texas?
I'm not sure at that time.
It's 2002. Were there 1 million people?
There were a lot of people inside the city of Houston, yes.
And you drove to the scene. Do you remember the route you took to get to Furman?
Yes, do you want me to point?
Sure. Well, you actually pointing on that, it's not going to do any good. But if you look back on the map behind you or use the map in front of you and just sort of say, oh,
Okay,
sorry.
my,
I get your magical pointer here. Oh, yeah, that did it here. And Mr. Vice, can you control the magical pointer? Oh, so it's a cursor. Great. You know what? Let's go back. Let's just leave it there.
you can leave it there and I can describe.
The great big fat highway that runs north and south.
North and
right
south.
in the middle of the map, is that the direction that you came from north to south?
That's 288.
Okay.
And I remember I believe I was out in the west area, and I came around the loop, around 610 loop, which goes around Houston, and then I took 288 south, and then I exited off on Beltway 8, and then went up on Furman.
Okay. And the vehicle itself was located just a little ways up on Furman, right?
It was about halfway up.
Okay. And when you got there, you said the fire department had already extinguished the blaze?
Yes, sir, everybody was gone except for a HPD officer.
And as you sit here today, you can't tell us how long the van had been in the location in Furman before it caught fire, correct?
I have no idea.
So you have no idea when it got there.
No,
You have no idea who drove it there.
no, I don't.
Have no idea how long it was there before it caught fire, correct?
That's correct.
Have no idea who may have set it on fire, correct?
No, sir, I do not.
As you sit here today, you have no independent evidence or information which would link my client, Demorris Hunter, to the burning of this van, correct?
No, sir, I do not.
What you did do was you made observations from the outside of the vehicle to base your opinions, correct?
That's correct.
And you believe that based on that, that the fire started in the back?
Yes, sir, because it was still hot.
Okay.
And it was, steamy, and I was not going to crawl through the debris to get to the inside.
And, but the fire wasn't so hot as to burn the metal springs on the inside, correct?
No, sir, just the combustibles is.
You were able to take photographs of the van through the windows, correct?
Yes, sir.
If I recall correctly, you stood on a little step stool or step ladder
I have a little stool.
to look into the windows to take those photographs.
Yes, sir.
You never were able to get inside the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Never able to do any sampling or tests of what may or may not have been the accelerant, correct?
Correct.
Even though you say that that it's your opinion that the fire was started intentionally, you don't know if it was a kerosene lamp that was knocked over on the inside?
No, sir, I do not.
Could that have possibly created a fire that burned a mattress and burned other items inside the van?
If there was a kerosene lamp in there, yes, sir, it could have.
Were you able to determine if there was or wasn't?
I did not see anything.
But you weren't able to actually get inside and do any further investigation, correct?
No, just from my photographs.
And I just want to make sure there was no DNA that was able to be pulled from the van, correct?
Correct.
No fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
No videotapes from any of the local or surrounding gas stations that would show anybody filling up a gas can or getting some sort of accelerant from that location, correct?
There wasn't any gas stations around that area, no, sir.
There's no gas stations anywhere on any of those highways?
Not the way I came in.
After you tagged the vehicle and left, you have no idea how long it stayed in that location before it was towed, correct?
I believe it was towed the next day because my coworker who had come on the shift after I was on, he had called me to tell me that, that he had got the notification for ID.
You worked at the time for Harris County, which is
Yes.
the county that Houston is in, correct? But then there's also the city of Houston, correct?
Yes.
Sort of like we have Orange County and City of Orlando,
Yes.
correct? This ended up in a City of Houston impound yard,
Yes.
and after that, they took over,
Yes.
presumptively, right?
Yes.
But they actually did no further investigation as well, correct?
I have no idea.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly, Ms. Coul, the photographs that you showed the jury that you took on the scene that night, those reflect accurately the condition of the van when you tagged it and left the scene, do they
Yes.
not?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
She may.
Any questions from the jury? I see none. Ma'am, you are free to go. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Dennis Finch.
Please raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may be seated.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
It's Dennis Finch, Finch.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Where do you work?
Presently,
Sure.
Baylor College Medicine.
Okay, what did you do before that?
I was a police officer in Houston, Texas.
When you were a police officer in Houston, what type of role did you have?
In auto theft,
Let's focus back. Let's talk about 2002. What did you do for Houston PD back then?
I was working in auto theft at the car compound.
Okay.
It's a storage lot.
Auto theft at the compound.
Correct.
All right. How long did you do that job dealing with auto theft?
I got there in 1993 until I retired in 2008. That's 2007 or 2008.
Okay. Let me direct your attention back to August 5th of 2002. Were you asked to perform a confidential VIN or vehicle identification number inspection on a burned Chevy van?
Yes.
And did you write a report back then when you did that, documenting what you found and those kinds
Yes,
of
sir.
things? Since it's been so long, have you reviewed that report recently?
Yes, sir.
Where would the van have been when you conducted that confidential VIN inspection?
On the dash,
I'm sorry.
on the car dash.
Where physically would the van have been located? At a PD lot or some impound lot?
Don't quite understand your question.
That's okay. Where was the van itself located when you went to do this inspection?
We have a burn area. It's at the rear of our storage lot.
What exactly is first of all, what is a VIN number?
It's a vehicle identification number. It identifies every vehicle on the road nowadays.
What is a confidential VIN inspection, what you did in this case?
It's I guess a police tool to find and obtain VIN when the public VIN and the license plate and the Mylar has been burned beyond recognition.
So are there locations on every vehicle where there is a VIN number obvious to anybody who looks at it?
Yes, sir.
Generally, where are those located?
It's on the car dash, on the driver's side.
Are there other locations on the vehicle itself that have that VIN number or partial VIN number as well?
We got the Mylar, that's the door jamb on the driver's door.
Okay.
It's a sticker.
Okay. What about other places that, for instance, if the vehicle was burned up and those things didn't exist, that you could look for to determine the VIN number?
You know, you can find the confidential VIN number.
Okay. And where are those generally located, or are they different for every vehicle?
It varies on each and every vehicle.
Okay. We all probably know here VIN numbers have various letters and numbers on a long string of letters and numbers, right?
Right.
Do those individual letters and numbers mean anything specifically?
Normally, it's the first character is the assembly plant or what country, and the second character, and this is an American-made vehicle. Second character is the type of vehicle or what make it is, and then further down it shows a character shows what type of engine, the size, the color, the model, etc.
So those numbers aren't just random, they actually mean something in that sequence.
Correct.
Okay. Showing you what's been introduced to States 39. Do you remember doing a confidential VIN inspection on the van we see in the photograph?
No, sir.
Okay. Does your report indicate that you did such a confidential VIN inspection?
Correct.
How have you done these types of inspections in the past?
Numerous.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what you did to find the VIN number associated with the van that you examined? Where you looked, what you did, kind of your process?
Can't quite reveal the confidential VIN.
Okay.
It's not for general public knowledge.
Okay.
It's the police tool where you have the VIN number has been burned and the other means to identify that particular vehicle.
without going into the specifics, can you tell me, were you able to locate a confidential VIN on this van that you examined?
Yes,
Was it a complete VIN number or was it a partial VIN number?
partial.
And why would it only be a partial?
That's when you have a confidential VIN. It don't normally have, on American-made vehicles, it don't have a full VIN. It just have a partial, like a eight or 9 characters.
I think the VIN is normally like 16 digits.
16 is the full VIN.
So the partial VIN, the confidential VIN that you're looking for only has the first like 8 or 9.
Correct.
Okay. So once you found this confidential partial VIN number on the vehicle, what did you do with that information?
I insert that confidential VIN into my computer, and it come back as a stolen vehicle in Orlando, Florida.
Were you, once you found it was the stolen vehicle and the partial VIN numbers matched, were you able to determine the complete VIN number?
Correct.
And did you note that VIN number in your report?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your report handy?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach?
You may.
Show you a copy of your report that Mr. Burr was kind enough to hand me. Save some time. Recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What was the VIN number that you determined was associated with the van you inspected?
Let me recite the whole 16.
Yes, sir, please, for the record.
Have 2, G George, C Charles, D as in David, G as in George, 15. Z zebra, 5, N as in Nora, 4144 373.
Okay. Let me show you what's been introduced as State's Exhibit 14, the certified tag and title history of a white Chevy van belonging to Henry Fields. Do you see the VIN number on the official documents from Tallahassee regarding this van?
Is it Yes, sir.
Okay, is the VIN number of the official title records for Henry Fields' white Chevy van match the VIN number that you found during your confidential VIN inspection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So once you found the vehicle that had been reported stolen out of Orlando, what did you do with that information?
I went ahead and did the report on our computer system and sent a radiogram to Orlando PD.
What's a radiogram?
It's access on your computer. It's just, you just hit one button and the screen comes up. It just says radiogram, and it has a lot of blanks that you just fill in.
So kind of like an electronic form that you send to Orlando Police Department saying, hey,
Right.
I got your stolen car.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And when you researched this vehicle and the VIN number, was Orlando the only place this vehicle had been reported stolen from?
No, sir. I mean,
Did the record show had been reported only by Orlando PD?
correct. Yes, sir.
Did that complete your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination.
Very briefly. Good morning.
Morning.
Finch, how are you?
Good. Are you?
Flew in from Houston.
Yes, sir.
Sorry about the weather. So I just wanted to ask you, you mentioned that you've done numerous of these confidential VIN searches, and that the impound lot over at the Houston Police Department had a separate section for burned vehicles, right?
It's at the rear of the compound.
So Houston, huge city, I would imagine stolen cars are pretty common. Get all kinds of stolen cars in the lot.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if you remember, but I took your deposition last year around March. It's been right about a year. And I asked you about roughly how many of these burned vehicles show up at the lot a week. Do you remember my asking you that?
It varies. You just can't really set a number.
Sure. I wouldn't expect.
Yes.
What's a low number?
One.
One, and a high number?
High number would probably be 6 or 8.
In a week?
Yes, sir.
Basically throughout the year. I assume sometimes of the year it may go up or down, and no predicting that.
Yes, sir.
But it sounds like in any case, you could get many dozens of burned out vehicles over at the impound lot that require your services.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. That's all I have.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just one more question. Mr. Finch, do you remember what day this was that this happened? When you did the search for the confidential VIN?
The date?
Yes, sir.
Or the day?
Yes, sir.
I don't remember.
Not the day of the week, the date.
I think it was August 5th.
That's close enough. If your report says August 3rd, that sounds right too?
Yes, sir.
2002?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Thank you. That's all I have, sir. Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
There you are.
Any questions from the jury? Is this witness free to go?
He is.
You are free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Monroe Gage.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Sir, please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
It's Monroe Gage, Gage.
Oh, I apologize. I misspelled your name. Sorry about that.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury again?
Monroe Gage.
And what do you do for a living now?
I'm retired.
Previous to that, specifically back in February 21st of 2003, where did you work?
For the Houston Police Department.
What did you do for Houston PD back then?
I was a canine officer.
On that specific day, did you assist the FBI in arresting an individual you came to know as Demorris Andy Hunter?
Yes, I did.
Without going into the details of how you located Mr. Hunter, did you and other members of the FBI travel to a house in Harris County, Texas?
Yes.
What was the address of that house?
5603 Belmore,
That's in which city?
Harris County, Houston.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been already introduced as State's Exhibit 38. Do you see that address you just described on this map here?
Yes, I do.
Does that fairly and accurately show the location, general location of that address on the map?
Yes.
All right. We have heard previously that a burned van was located around 14,000 Furman Road in Houston, which is also on the map. Based on the map, about how far away would that burned van have been from where you went to?
Approximately 6 to 7 miles.
Did you said you were a canine
Yes.
officer then?
Yes.
What was the name of your canine?
Falco,
All right. When you arrived at this house on Belmark Street, right? When you arrived there, where did you position yourself and kind of walk the jury through what happened?
I went with my canine partner to the southwest corner of the house. There was an 8-foot picket fence that surrounded the house, the back part. I took a position behind there to be safe.
And did someone, other law enforcement officers were there with you, right?
Yes.
Did one of those other law enforcement officers notify the suspect in the house somehow?
Yes, I did.
How did that happen?
He called him on the phone and asked him to step out the front door.
Did the suspect come out?
Yes, he did.
All right. Did he come out the door that he was told to come out of, or a different door?
He came out a different door,
Okay, which door did he come out of?
the back door.
Were you able to see him come out, or how did you know he came out that door?
I heard the door open up, and then next thing I saw somebody running.
Did you hear anybody yelling at this person who walked out the door?
All of us was yelling. One of the FBI guys were yelling, and I was yelling.
What did this person do after he walked out the door and everybody was yelling at him?
He ran towards the northwest corner of the house, at which time I pursued him with my canine dog, which was on leash.
Did you eventually make contact with the person that ran?
As I got up to the suspect, I ordered him to stop and lay down on the ground where I'd release the canine.
After this person exited the rear door, and what were you and other law enforcement officers telling him to do?
To lay down on the ground.
He didn't comply with that.
Not at that time, he didn't.
Okay. So after this person ran and you actually made contact with him with your canine, what happened?
The suspect stopped. He kind of looked around for a second and like he was going to run towards the fence and jump over. I then ordered him again to lay down. I was going to release my canine, at which time he got down on his knees and then he complied.
And at the time he finally chose to get down on his knees and comply, what was your canine doing?
He was barking and trying to get at him.
You said you had him on a leash to control him?
Yes, I did.
What kind of dog was your canine?
A Dutch Shepherd.
Once this person laid down and complied, was he handcuffed?
Yes, he was.
Did you ask the person that you just arrested his name?
After I did, yes.
Okay. What did he say?
It was Demorris Hunter.
Did you confirm that there was an arrest warrant out of Orlando, Florida for Demorris Hunter for homicide?
I didn't confirm it. The homicide officer, or the FBI guys did, and I went back and got the information from them.
Once, I know it's been many years, but you happen to see the person you arrested here in court?
Yes, I do.
Please point him out and tell me what he's
The
wearing.
defendant in the white shirt,
Okay. Is he wearing a
Glasses.
jacket or no jacket?
without the jacket in the middle.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Once the defendant was handcuffed, what was done with him?
They brought him to the patrol car. I went and put my canine up, and then I came back and got the rest of my information. I went to him and asked him for his name to complete my paperwork. He did give me his name, his birth date.
He gave you his birthday as well?
Yes, he did.
Were you the person involved in transporting him to the jail?
No, I wasn't.
Did you have any involvement in eventually getting Mr. Hunter back to Florida?
No, I did not.
Thank you, sir. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Gage.
Good morning.
You don't know anything about the van that you were just asked about in the state's direct examination, correct?
No, I don't.
You don't know anything about that location, Furman Road, or anything like that?
I know the location, but I don't know anything about it.
Okay. 5603 Belmark is a neighborhood, correct?
Yes, it is.
How many people were living in Houston in 2002?
How many people? I have no idea.
No, fair to say more than 1 million?
I'm sure.
Okay. How close was the 5603 Belmark Road to Houston's Hobby Airport?
Hobby? It's about 8-10 miles.
Okay. And about how far away was the Astrodome?
It's the same. It's about 8 miles.
In the opposite direction though, right? So in between there, we're talking about a significant amount of neighborhoods.
Yes, yes, sir.
Ways. You said you worked with Harris County Sheriff's Office, or was
No,
it-
Houston Police Department,
Police
Canine and SWAT.
How many? Do you know how many stolen vehicle cases were in Houston in 2002?
I have no idea.
Fair to say more than 10?
I have no idea. Oh, yeah, definitely more than 10.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Seeing none, is this witness free to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are free to go, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a blessed day.
You as well. If I could see the attorneys up here for a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a good time to take a lunch break. I have conferred with the attorneys. We will not be going to closing argument or deliberation today. That will happen tomorrow. But there will be no need for sequestrations. You don't have to worry about being put up in a hotel tomorrow night. You'll be able to deliberate as long as you need tomorrow, and if you need to come back on Thursday, which I don't anticipate, then you'll be able to do that. I'm going to ask that you be back at the location designated by the court deputies at 1:15, and we will resume this trial at 1:15. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. Leave your pads and pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return, and I will see you back at 1:15.
Jury exiting.
All right, is there anything we need to take up before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you back at 1:15. Ladies and gentlemen, did everyone heed my admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves? Or discuss it with anyone else? Or do any independent research while you're away from us? All right, thank you. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Kirsten Kevin.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Ma'am, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
My name is Kirsten Kevin. Last name is Kevin.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon.
Where do you work?
I work at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, or FDLE. I work in the Orlando Regional Operations Center in the biology or DNA section.
And how long have you worked for FDLE in that capacity?
I've worked at FDLE since 2007.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from Florida State University. And additionally, I took graduate level coursework at the University of Central Florida for forensic science. In addition to that, I underwent a training program at FDLE that lasted a little over a year and consisted of 2 phases. The first phase, I performed kind of mock samples, so samples that I know the origin of, but DNA testing. I took both written and oral exams and read extensive scientific literature. In the second phase, I actually did casework under the supervision of a qualified analyst.
Can you describe for the jury what you do on a day-to-day basis in the biology division?
Yes, I examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological materials like blood, semen, saliva, and skin cells. I then attempt to obtain a DNA profile and compare it to standards in my case.
Can you estimate approximately how many times you've done that very process in your career?
It's been thousands.
I think you might have mentioned earlier, do DNA analysts such as yourself go through regular proficiency training at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I am required to take 2 proficiency tests a year.
You pass those tests.
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified in a court regarding providing opinion testimony in the area of DNA analysis and or statistics?
Yes, I have.
Can you estimate about how many times?
I've testified in court, hearings or trials, 87 times.
Ever here in Orange County?
Yes,
Probably most of them?
a lot of them.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what DNA actually is and just what is it?
Sure. DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's essentially what makes us all who we are. We get our DNA from our parents, half from our mother and half from our father. The DNA in our bodies remains the same throughout our bodies until death. Additionally, no 2 individuals other than identical twins have the same DNA.
Can you describe the method or the testing method that FDLE uses when you analyze DNA?
Did you want the name or would you like the steps?
Both.
Okay. At FDLE, I perform what's called STR DNA testing. It stands for short tandem repeats. Essentially, these STRs are small areas of DNA that vary highly from individual to individual. The process consists of 4 steps. In the first step, it's extraction, where I get DNA out of the cell and into solution. The second step is called quantitation, where I determine how much DNA is present in that sample. The third step is amplification, where I make millions and millions of copies of the DNA in order to test it. And the fourth and last step is interpretation, where I obtain a DNA profile, sometimes I don't obtain a DNA profile, but ideally obtain a DNA profile and can make comparisons.
How long has this method of DNA testing been in existence?
That I don't know. It's been a very long time.
Okay. This case happened back in 2002. Was that method in existence or a similar method back then?
Yes.
Okay. Are there things or conditions that can destroy DNA?
Well, heat, light, and moisture can degrade DNA, meaning it gets less informative. There's less information that we can derive from the DNA. If you're talking about like some harsh chemicals like bleach can destroy DNA.
When you say extreme heat, what about fire?
It's possible, yes.
What are controls?
Controls are something that I run alongside all of my samples. I have a positive control that consists of a known DNA profile. So at the end of all my process, I expect to see that DNA profile. I also run a negative control, which conversely has no DNA in it. So I expect to see no DNA profile at the end.
Are those controls put in place during the DNA testing method to make sure that the instruments being used in the process is working properly?
Yes, in addition to that, the reagents are working as they should, the chemicals, and that I'm doing the steps that I'm supposed to be doing.
What steps do you take when analyzing DNA to prevent things like contamination?
So I examine items separate. Say I'm working a case with multiple items. I'll open only one item at a time. I will also work the known items away from the unknown items, either in time or space, sometimes both. I wear PPE or personal protective equipment like gloves, mask, a hairnet, depending on what I'm actually working on. There's cleaning and decontamination using chemicals. There's a whole lot of other things as well.
Are those precautions that you take things done by pretty much all analysts and all accredited labs?
I can't speak.
Are they supposed to be?
They're supposed to be. I can't speak for other labs, of course, but that's what's done in our labs by all analysts.
Does FDLE hold any accreditations or certificates?
Yes, FDLE is accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Is it also standard in DNA analysis to perform a statistical calculation to give meaning or weight to your results?
Yes, if I obtain a match or an inclusion, I am required to report a statistic.
Are you trained in the statistical analysis and things like that?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, I'd request this witness be permitted to give opinion testimony in the area of DNA analysis as well as statistics.
Any voir dire?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
All right, she'll be able to render her opinion in that area.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did your lab receive some evidence in the case of State of Florida versus Demorris Hunter, Orlando Police Department case 2002-187395?
Yes.
And did your lab also receive known standards, DNA standards represented to be from Demorris Hunter and Theresa Green?
Yes.
And for our terminology today, what is meant by a known DNA standard?
A known DNA standard is a DNA profile that I know the origin of. For instance, if you were to take a cotton swab the inside of my cheek, and run that for DNA, you know it came from me. That can be used as my standard to make comparisons to unknowns in a case.
Unknowns meaning samples collected from a crime scene like that?
Samples where I don't know the donor, the origin of that DNA.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15, a known standard, DNA standard represented from being from Theresa Green, as well as State's 34, a known DNA standard collected from Demorris Hunter. Did your lab receive those items of evidence?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
I have, I'm sorry. There is the FDLE barcode label with our unique FDLE case number, along with there are handwritten initials and date, and also the case number and the exhibit numbers.
Were those two items analyzed for the presence of DNA?
They were.
And would that have been using the same procedure you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Would that same procedure be used for all the different exhibits we're going to talk about today?
Yes.
When those two items were analyzed for the presence of DNA, what were the results?
Complete DNA profiles were obtained.
First of all, what is a DNA profile?
A DNA profile is it's represented by a picture or an electropherogram. Your DNA profile is your unique DNA, I don't want to say this word, but fingerprint, for lack of a better word. It's representation of your DNA.
What does a complete profile mean?
A complete profile means that there is information at all of the locations tested.
Likewise, what does a partial profile mean?
A partial profile doesn't have complete information at all the areas tested.
If you only obtain a partial profile, does that affect your ability to perform DNA analysis as well as a comparison?
It could. If it's a very limited DNA profile, then I might not be able to make any comparisons, but a partial DNA profile should be able to be compared to another DNA profile as long as the other one is interpretable or I can make comparisons to it.
Did your lab also receive some evidence collected from an apartment complex as well as from a white Oldsmobile recovered from a Walgreens parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. I want to start with the evidence recovered from the apartment complex, specifically the victim's apartment, apartment number 11.
You may.
Showing you State's Exhibit 28, some cotton swabs collected from a watch that was found on the bathroom sink. I'm also showing, for the record, State's Exhibit 23, photograph number 3. Did your lab receive several DNA swabs collected from a Seco watch?
Yes.
And were those swabs analyzed for the presence, first, of human blood?
They were analyzed for the chemical indications of blood.
And how is that done? What test is used?
So at FDLE, we perform what's called a Kastle-Meyer test. It's a color change test. Ultimately, if something gives chemical indications for the presence of blood, that color change is pink. And if it does not give a color change or gives a color change outside of the time frame that we're testing, it is considered negative for chemical indications.
That exhibit I just handed to you, number 28, how many different swabs were in that exhibit?
There were 2.
And what were the results of the blood test on each?
So the first one, it was positive, meaning it gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
What about the other one?
The second one, it did not give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Was any further testing done on the sample that did not give chemical indications for the presence of blood?
There was no further testing.
And why would there be no testing done on that one?
If something is represented as being blood and it doesn't give chemical indications, that leads us to believe that there might not be biological material and therefore no DNA from that sample.
So in this case, did you focus your attention on the swab that tested positive for the presence of blood?
That swab was carried through the DNA process.
What were the results of the DNA analysis of that specific swab collected from the Seco watch?
That particular swab resulted in a mixture from at least 2 individuals and including 1 male individual at least.
What is a mixture?
A mixture is just DNA from more than 1 person.
How can you tell that at least one of the contributors to that mixture was male?
So there are gender markers. So in addition to your unique DNA profile, there are also gender markers that are present. If an XY is present, that is consistent with being a biological male DNA profile.
You said there was a mixture containing 2 individuals. Could both of them have been male?
It's possible, but there was only 1 partial DNA profile that could be resolved, and that was consistent with being a male individual. The additional contributor or contributors could not be interpreted.
So based on that answer, are you sometimes able to separate the DNA profiles that gave rise to this mixture, separate them out?
Sometimes, yes.
Was that able to be done in this case? Was that mixture able to be separated into 2 distinct DNA profiles?
It was able to be separated, but not into 2 distinct DNA profiles. It resulted in a partial major DNA profile, and the additional or minor contributor or contributors, they were not interpretable. So I couldn't tell you a DNA profile for whoever else made up that DNA mixture.
What is a major contributor?
A major contributor is someone who donates more DNA to that mixture.
Did you compare the DNA profiles in that mixture, specifically the major contributor, to the known DNA profiles of Theresa Green and Demorris Hunter?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results?
So I obtained a match between that partial DNA profile and the DNA profile for Demorris Hunter.
Did you perform a statistical analysis to determine the likelihood that the Demorris Hunter was the contributor to that major DNA profile?
I did.
Can you explain just briefly how you do that?
So a likelihood ratio is an explanation of my evidence given two separate, often competing scenarios. I use a statistical, it's basically like a statistical calculator to obtain a likelihood ratio.
And when you did that statistical analysis of the likelihood ratio, what were your results as far as the likelihood that Demorris Hunter was the contributor to that major DNA profile found in the watch?
May I refer to my report?
If you refresh your memory with the court's permission.
You may.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The observed partial major DNA profile is 5.5, approximately 5.5 million times more likely if the DNA profile originated from Mr. Hunter than if it originated from an unrelated individual.
5.5 million or billion? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, billion. I apologize.
So can you explain generally what that means?
So a likelihood ratio, again, explains my evidence given two scenarios. One scenario is that it came from an unrelated individual, and the other scenario is that the sample originated from Mr. Hunter. It is 5.5 billion times more likely to occur if the DNA profile originated from Mr. Hunter than from an unrelated individual.
Were you able to identify the minor contributor to the mixture that we've been talking about?
I was not.
Did you compare the DNA profile from that minor mixture to the known DNA profile of Theresa Green?
I compared the partial major DNA profile because that was the only part that could be compared, and she was excluded.
So there was just not enough information in the minor profile for you to be able to do anything?
Correct.
Okay. Approach again, Your Honor.
You may.
Showing you what's been introduced in evidence of State's Exhibit 30, a blood sample taken from the southeast bedroom door trim of apartment 11. Did your lab receive that item of evidence?
Yes, it did.
Was that item of evidence also analyzed for whether to determine if it gave chemical indications of blood?
Yes, it did.
What were the results?
It gave chemical indications for the possible presence of blood.
Was that item then further analyzed for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
What were the results?
Again, may I refer to my report?
Yes, ma'am. Refresh your memory.
I obtained a complete DNA profile consistent with a female individual.
Did you compare that DNA profile consistent with the female individual to the known DNA profile of Theresa Green?
I did.
What were your results?
The observed DNA profile is approximately 590 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Ms. Green than from an unrelated individual.
And I assume that since this profile that we just talked about originated from a female individual, Mr. Hunter would have been excluded from being a contributor to that.
That is correct.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence, this states 19, a blood sample taken from the master door frame. Again, of apartment number 11, the victim's apartment. Was this swab also analyzed for the presence of blood?
Yes, it was.
What were the results?
It gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Was a DNA analysis performed on that exhibit as well?
Yes.
What were the results?
If I may refer to the report.
Yes, ma'am.
So due to the limited nature of the results obtained, it was not interpretable.
What does that mean, that it was too limited?
So it could mean that there's not enough DNA information. Well, it does mean there's not enough DNA information. Sometimes the signal isn't strong enough. Sometimes there's not enough locations. There are essentially a few different ways that could occur, but the result is the same. There is no ability to compare that DNA profile to anything.
So there's just not enough DNA or not enough information for you to be able to do anything with?
Correct.
Does that mean that the crime scene technician who collected the swab did something wrong, or is that just kind of the nature of the business?
I wouldn't know how collections were made, but I have seen lots of limited DNA results.
I want to turn now to some DNA swabs that were collected from the outside door trim of apartment number 12. Also showing photograph 3 of States 21. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you, I'm sorry, States 20 is the photograph. I'm showing you States Exhibit 21, the swab taken from the door trim outside apartment number 12. Was that item received by your lab and DNA analysis conducted?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, before we get to the DNA analysis, was that item tested for the presence of blood?
Yes.
What were the results?
It gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
That one was positive for blood?
May I refer to my notes?
If I refresh your memory, yes, ma'am.
And this is Q11.
Yes.
I have that it gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Did you, was DNA analysis performed on that item?
DNA analysis was performed on the item, but no results were obtained.
Why would no results be obtained?
It depends. It's possible that it was possibly blood, but not from a human being. There might not be enough information. If there was DNA, maybe there's just not enough information to be obtained and interpreted.
So regardless of the reason, not enough information for you to do anything with?
Correct.
One more time, Your Honor.
May.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 6, a sun shield collected from the trunk of the victim's Oldsmobile. And also showing photograph 15 of State's 3. Was this item received by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's lab?
Yes,
Was that item analyzed for the presence of blood?
it was.
And how was that done?
How is the testing done?
Well, were swabs collected from this item by FDLE?
3 swabs were collected from this item.
How generally would you use a swab to collect a portion of evidence from that item?
I would use a cotton tip swab that is in our lab. It's a sterile cotton tip swab. I would add deionized water to it and rub whatever area of staining that I'm interested in, let it dry, and then proceed with the DNA process.
When those 3 swabs were analyzed for the presence of blood, what were the results?
They gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Were those swabs then analyzed for the presence of DNA?
I believe all 3 were, if I may check my report.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, all 3 were run through the DNA process.
And what were the results of the DNA analysis of those 3 swabs?
So the first 2 swabs, I believe they were A and B. Yes, A and B gave limited DNA results, so I couldn't make any interpretations.
What about the 3rd swab?
So the third swab, I obtained a partial DNA profile, consistent with a female individual.
Did you compare that DNA profile consistent with the female individual to the known DNA profile of Theresa Green?
I did.
And what were your results?
The partial DNA profile matched the profile from Theresa Green.
Did you perform a statistical analysis to determine the likelihood that Theresa Green was the contributor to that DNA?
Yes, I did perform a statistical analysis.
And what were your results?
If I may refer one more time. It's approximately, the observed DNA profile is approximately 170 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Ms. Green than from an unrelated individual.
And again, I'm assuming because that DNA profile originated from a female individual, Demorris Hunter was excluded as being a contributor.
That is correct.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon.
So you were not provided with standards for anyone else other than Demorris Andy Hunter and Theresa Green, is that correct?
Those were the only standards that DNA analysis was performed on.
Right. I understand you don't do any investigation outside of the lab. It's whatever is given to you is what you use to do your analysis, correct?
Correct.
So in summation, the Q1, it was referring to your report, Q1 showed some DNA from Mr. Hunter. Q2 showed some DNA from Miss Green, and Q10C showed DNA of Miss Green as well.
Yes.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, ma'am.
Any questions from the jury? May this witness be excused.
She may. Thank you.
You are free to go, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Date, you may call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Gary Utz.
Thank you, Judge Ulleion, and this one. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Gary Lee Utz, UTZ.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Are you still, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I have my own company providing forensic pathology services almost entirely to a small county in Ohio.
How long have you been doing that, sir?
I've been doing that job since September of 2020. Prior to that, I worked here in Orlando between April of 2008 and August of 2020 as the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for District 9.
And District 9 is Orange and Osceola counties, right?
It is.
Now, before coming to the Orange Osceola County Medical Examiner's Office, were you previously working as a medical examiner?
Well, we didn't call it that, but functionally it was the same. I worked at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office in Cincinnati, Ohio.
How long did you work there?
About 10 years.
And did you work anywhere before Hamilton County, Ohio, as a forensic pathologist?
No, that was my first position after training.
Okay. And since you talk about training, what is your educational background, sir?
So I have all of my training from the University of Cincinnati in Cincinnati, Ohio. I have a bachelor's degree in biology, a doctor of medicine degree, and then I did 5 years of training in anatomic and clinical pathology, a year of training in surgical pathology, and then finally my last year of training was in forensic pathology at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office.
Okay, now, Doctor, you've talked about 4 areas of pathology. Are those subspecialties within the field of pathology?
Well, pathology is usually divided into 2 large groups, anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
Okay.
Anatomic pathology is the study of a tissue with the idea of finding a diagnosis, and also includes autopsy pathology. Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of that, and I just prefer to think of that as the investigation of human death.
Okay. How does one become qualified to be a forensic pathologist, Dr. Utz?
Well, you have to have a degree in medicine, a medical degree, MD or DO in this country. Then you have to have completed at least an anatomic pathology residency program. I think the minimum there is 3 years. It's a little bit different now from when I trained. And then you have to complete a fellowship. I suppose you could practice forensic pathology without completing the fellowship, but you could not be certified by the American Board of Pathology.
Okay, that raises 2 questions. Are you certified by the American Board of Pathology?
I am.
Now, Doctor, what is a fellowship?
A fellowship is simply a period of training, usually in a subdiscipline. It could be, forensic pathology. It could be anatomic pathology, subspecialty like I did, surgical pathology or cytopathology. It's a very common in medical training. Some fellowships might be longer than a year. Neuropathology fellowships, I think, are generally 2 years.
And is this, and forgive me if I'm oversimplifying this, is a fellowship while you're working with someone who's more experienced, or how does that work?
Usually, that's the idea, that you would be brought into an organization. In my case, it was the Hamilton County Coroner's Office, and I worked with pathologists that were much more experienced. I had essentially no experience in that, so they had years of experience, and they have to meet certain requirements as far as the training, certain number of cases that need to be done, and types of cases that need to be done.
And you had to do all of this before they actually, I guess, turned you loose on your own to work independently?
Well, it's medicine. It's not healthcare. So no, they turn you loose pretty much right away.
Okay.
Just like treating live patients.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, Doctor. Just to make sure, you said the Hamilton County Coroner's Office in Ohio, that is, for our purposes, the same as a medical examiner's office. Is that correct?
It was when I worked there. Our coroner, though elected, was himself a forensic pathologist. He was board certified in forensic pathology. So I think we functioned pretty much like a medical examiner's office does here in the state of Florida.
And let me ask it this way, just to make sure the record is clear. Were your duties at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office essentially the same as those at the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
Doing about the same thing?
Yes.
And you were the deputy chief medical examiner in your last, when you retired from, or left Orange County, were you not?
Yes.
Do you have a judgment, Dr. Utz, as to how many autopsies you have performed over the course of your career as a pathologist?
Well, autopsies alone is somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000. And in addition to that, I've been primarily responsible for at least 10,000 death investigations. Some of those require just review of records, some require just a review of the body and records, and then some required a full autopsy.
Okay, and not all autopsies are necessarily full autopsies, are they?
Well, the vast majority in the offices where I've worked have been that we would very occasionally in Orlando do a head-only autopsy if we feel that someone may have fallen and sustained a head injury. I think now they would probably just do a CT scan.
Okay.
But for the most part, yeah, we didn't do any partial autopsies for the 10 years that I worked in Cincinnati.
Do you have a judgment, Dr. Utz, as to how many times you have been allowed to testify in court and offer an opinion as a forensic pathologist?
Well, I don't keep track of it, but it's hundreds of times.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Utz as a witness qualified to offer an opinion in the field of forensic pathology.
Any voir dire?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
All right. He will be permitted to render his opinion in that area.
Dr. Utz, in your capacity as a medical examiner in the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office, did you have the occasion to be tasked with reviewing the autopsy materials and records on an individual known as Theresa Green?
I did.
And you were not the original pathologist who did the hands-on autopsy of Ms. Green, were you?
I was not.
Do you know who the original medical examiner / pathologist was?
Dr. Sashi Gore.
And at the time that you were tasked with reviewing the files and records from the Theresa Green autopsy, was Dr. Sashi Gore still employed with the Orange County Medical Examiner's Office?
No, my understanding is that he left the office around 2004, and I started there in April of 2008.
So you do not know Dr. Gore?
I do not.
When you were tasked with reviewing the records and coming to an opinion with respect to the autopsy of Theresa Green, how did you go about undertaking that assignment?
Well, I was approached informally by a state attorney in this jurisdiction, and she asked me if I would look at an old case that Dr. Gore had done. So I don't remember the exact order, but I would have requested the file, or perhaps I got the file myself from our records department. And I'm pretty sure then that it did not have photos, and I didn't have access to photos that went back that far electronically. So I would have had to ask our records person to get me the photos, Mr. Tony Miranda. I reviewed the photos, the records, and subsequently the histologic sections, the slides that were prepared by Dr. Gore, and then discussed the case with the prosecutor.
So you had to get, you had to have film developed, I guess, correct?
I don't remember now if they were Kodachromes and they were converted, or if they already existed in digital format. Autopsy was 2002.
Kind of right on the cusp, isn't it?
I know at that time in Ohio we had digital photography. But I don't know what they had at that time in Orlando.
Okay, and you mentioned histologic slides. What are those?
Well, in pathology, we can take a small piece of tissue from various organs, or soft tissue, or even bone, and subject it to various chemicals, and then stain it, and then look at it through a microscope.
Okay, and this is a permanent thing, I guess. Once the slide is prepared, does it last indefinitely, or?
They can last a long time. Eventually, when they're mounted, they tend to dry out, but I have some of my own that are 15 or 20 years old, and they still look pretty good.
During the course of your work in reviewing the autopsy of Theresa Green, did you have the occasion to review some photographs that had been taken at the time of the postmortem examination?
I did.
And Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what's marked as AN Alpha November for identification. Any photos you can show to the defense counsel? Dr. Woods, let me get you to take a look at these photographs and flip through them and tell me if you identify them, recognize them.
Yes.
Do you recognize those photographs as the ones that you reviewed in connection with your work in this case?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibit AN for identification into evidence as the next consecutive number.
No objection, Your Honor.
AN will be admitted as State's Exhibit 40.
I may approach a witness again, Your Honor.
You may.
Show up here and up behind you, Doctor. I just indicate back on the big screen. Close, Your Honor.
All right.
You may.
Dr. Gore, what are we, I'm sorry, Dr. Utz, my apologies. What are we looking at in this photograph, sir?
This is the deceased. She's, looks like she's still got this sheet that she was found in, wrapped in that. She's still got undergarment, and you can see her hand is on her abdomen. This is her belly here, and it's left an imprint. You can actually look. You can actually see fingertip ridges on this skin here, and then this area here where it looks like the skin is peeling. That's exactly what it's doing. It's called skin slippage, and it happens when we decompose, or sometimes it'll happen if you're just exposed to, for instance, here it happens a lot when people die and they're exposed to hot pavement. A superficial layer of the skin, the epidermis, will separate from the underlying layer. And in a dark-skinned person, the pigment is in that superficial layer, so you can see when it's peeled back, it's pale underneath.
Doctor, let me ask you this. What causes the fingerprint impressions to have been left on what I guess is her abdomen?
Yes.
What caused that?
It's just a matter of pressure, I think, along with softening of the tissue in the early stages of decomposition.
Had she been lying face down, or do you know?
That's my understanding, is that she was face down in the trunk of a car.
Is there anything else in this particular photograph that's significant to your opinions and conclusions?
No.
Moving to photograph number 2, what are we seeing in this photograph, Doctor?
This is the same photograph. Now the hand has just been moved to one side, and you can still see the imprint of the fingers, and you can see more of the area of skin slippage.
Moving to photograph number 3, again, numbers being in the lower right-hand corner. What are we looking at in this photograph, Doctor?
So this is the deceased. You can see that she's now face up. She's on a blue background, which is something that we did in the office, and apparently they did even then. Takes a little bit better picture. And you can see that there's some trauma here, some apparent trauma. I know she's been face down in the trunk of a car, so she's starting to decompose, but I think there's more than just a decomposition here. You can see there's something going on here with the lip, with the eye. These are possibly contusions here. Hard to say for sure. You can see more skin slippage here on the left and on the right. There's a little mark here. Difficult to tell exactly what's happening.
Moving on to photograph number 4, what are we looking at in this photograph, Doctor?
So this is would it be possible to turn the lights down?
Sure.
That's a little bit, what about? Now I guess I'll just roll with this. So you can see now this is the right side of the decedent's face. And you can see there's some skin slippage here. There's a dark area here, which was described later as an area of hemorrhage. There are also some marks here on the side of the neck, which look like scratches to me. And I'm suspicious of this area here, these dark areas of the skin where the superficial layer has been peeled back. These look like contusions to me. You can see change during the decomposition process, and we see it on the opposite side but it doesn't quite look like this.
Moving to photograph number 5. What is this photograph?
So this is the left side of the face. Here you can see what I was talking about, how there are some changes here that are probably associated with decomposition. They look a little bit different on this side than they do on the other side. So I think the other side is most likely represents some area of injury, trauma, like a bruise.
Photograph number 6. What do we see in this photograph, Doctor?
So this is the back of the neck, right here. That's the hairline in the back. There's the right ear. Here's those areas that I said look to me like scratches. They look like, frankly, they kind of look like fingernail marks on the right back of her neck. And there's another area of abrasion. Abrasion is a superficial injury, like a skinned knee. It's a type of blunt trauma. That's an abrasion there. I think these are linear abrasions, and I don't think I can say too much else about this photo.
Doctor, you mentioned fingernail scratches. In your experience as a forensic pathologist, when would it be likely or reasonable to expect to find fingernail marks or scratch marks on the neck of a deceased victim?
Well, you can see marks like that if they scratch themselves or if somebody scratched them. But in the context of a person who's deceased and secreted in the trunk of a car, you're going to be looking for evidence of strangulation. And in this case, and in any case of strangulation, you can have marks from fingernails both of the person that's doing the strangling and the person that's being strangled, because they will try to remove the person's hand or arm. I can't look at any of these injuries, and even in most cases, I can't reconstruct, what happened. I know people that say that they can do that. I cannot do that. I'm not sure that they can do it.
Would it be fair to say that you can't look at an individual photograph and say, well, this is what happened based on this photograph?
In a case like this, I think that's true.
One would have to look at all of the facts and circumstances, including the circumstances under which the body was recovered, other facts known, in order to come to an opinion as a forensic pathologist. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, doctor, let me ask you this. Based on your examination of the photographs, and I understand that you did not actually see eyes on Ms. Green, is there a difference in the severity of her injuries from the right side of her neck to the left side of her neck?
Yes.
And which side is more severely injured?
The right side.
And doctor, moving on to the next photograph, photograph number 7. What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is the same orientation. We're looking at, this is sort of the middle of the back of her neck. Here's those scratches on the right side. And then here are another couple of small abrasions over here behind the left ear.
And what is the larger, darker colored area that's about to the, just to the right of her, well, up and just to the right of the middle of her neck, up right below the hairline?
This?
Yes, sir.
That's the area of, I think it's probably an abrasion and a small bruise. We saw that in the previous photo.
Could that be caused by manual strangulation?
It could be caused by many things, but strangulation is one of them.
Okay. Moving on to photograph number 8. What are we looking at here?
This is the hyoid bone that has been removed during the autopsy.
And doctor, where is the hyoid bone located in a human being?
It sits high up in the neck, just about the level of your jaw, up high, protected. It's a U-shaped bone. This is the front part of it.
So that would be the part, the bottom part of the picture would be the part that's pointing toward your chin?
Correct.
And what is significant about this photograph, and what does this photograph show in addition to simply the removed hyoid bone that has tissue attached to it still?
Well, I'm not sure, because I wasn't there, and I'm not sure what Dr. Gore is showing here. I'm sure he's directing the tech to take the photograph, or perhaps he's taking the photograph. I don't know. There's no documentation of that, which is not unusual. There's a pointer here. He may be pointing to this area here. It's a little bit darker than this side. That could just be a shadow. There's a little area here that looks like there could be hemorrhage. I can't say for certain.
Okay. And moving on to the next photograph, photograph number 9. What is this a photograph of, sir?
This is the same bone. This is the hyoid. This, I believe, is the right side. You can see now that there is more dark area here. This, I think, is hemorrhage. You have to be careful, especially in a person that's decomposing. Sometimes you will get things that look like hemorrhage. One of the ways to tell that apart is to look and see, well, does all of the tissue look like that? Does it all look hemorrhagic? Does it all look like there's blood around there? In this case, to me, it doesn't. This side of it doesn't look the same as this side. And therefore, I could conclude, based on this and other things in the autopsy, that I think there's some evidence of injury here.
And the injury that you believe you've identified is where the pointer is directed to the right side of the hyoid bone.
Yes.
And this is flipped over, so the pointer is pointing at the right-hand side of the right side of the victim's face, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And Doctor, I'm moving on to photograph number 10. What is this?
This is a hyoid bone that now has no tissue, no soft tissue surrounding it. And you can see from this that the hyoid is actually 3 separate bones. It starts out this way, and there's little joints here, and they move a little bit. And when you do an autopsy, you can grab the tips here, and you can flex them until at a certain age, maybe 40, sometimes never. Then these joints will calcify, they will fuse, and this becomes functionally like one U-shaped bone. But in this case, they haven't fused. There's 3 separate bones here.
And moving on to photograph number 11. What is this, sir?
It's the same thing. You can see it a little bit better now. He's turned the body over, and you can see the greater cornu on either side. And you can see that this would have been a joint space here, but the soft tissue, including the joint capsule, has been dissolved, and we're left with just the bones.
And again, photograph number 12.
Same thing. And I don't believe these bones are injured. I don't see any evidence of fracture.
There's no fracture to them.
I don't believe so, no.
Do you believe there's a dislocation?
I suspect that's what Dr. Gore was taking a photograph of.
And
because the dark area that looks like hemorrhage would have been right in the vicinity of the joint capsule.
I believe that's the last photograph. Yes, it is, Doctor. We can have the lights back up, Judge, please. Thank you, ma'am. Now, Doctor, let me ask you this. In the context of what we're talking about here, is it a critical distinction as to whether or not the hyoid bone was dislocated or fractured?
It doesn't really. I mean, if you're talking about making a diagnosis of strangulation, you don't have to have any injuries. We like to see injuries and we like to document them. They don't really directly involve the death of the person, though. These are just markers of force, just like the bruising or the scratches. The person doesn't die from that. They die from the effect of having their neck compressed. Usually, it's an asphyxial death, that is, the brain does not get enough oxygen. In the case of strangulation, it's usually compression of the jugular veins, which are, very, very thin blood vessels that drain the blood from the brain, and very easy to compress them. You can do it to yourself. You can just, I don't recommend it, but you can just put pressure there, 4 or 5 pounds a square inch, and you can compress those veins, and then if blood can't get out of the brain, new blood can't get to it, and your brain becomes starved of oxygen and you arrest. If you put more pressure, you can actually compress the carotid arteries, which supply the blood to the brain. And if you compress them, you're probably also compressing the jugular veins. So now you're not getting any blood in or any blood out, same story. Many people mistakenly think that you're cutting off the air supply to the lungs when a person is strangled. That's generally not true, although it could be true. In a case like that, we might prefer to call it smothering, whereas you would cover somebody's face, somebody's mouth, and somebody's nose and prevent them from inhaling. Usually in strangulation, the larynx and the trachea through which the air passes into the lungs are not compressed enough to prevent air reaching the lungs. So it's usually a vascular phenomenon. And the hyoid bone is fractured in a number of cases. It tends to be fractured in older people who are strangled because that bone is fused and it presses against the spine, and it tends to fracture at the tip here more commonly. But in a younger person, like the decedent was, this is a joint. So this whole horn, it will move. So when it gets pressed against the spine, instead of breaking, it can move, and it doesn't fracture. I don't know what the percentage is. Maybe like 20%, 30% of people who are strangled have a hyoid injury. I more commonly see it in the horns of the thyroid cartilage, which is very close anatomically to the hyoid bone.
Doctor, let me ask you this. Based upon your training, education, and experience, with the kind of strangulation that you have described, with compression of the jugular veins, do you have a judgment as to how long it takes a person to lose consciousness?
It can occur fairly rapidly. In a perfect situation in which you actually occlude the vessels, people can become unconscious in 10 to 20 seconds.
If the vessels are not perfectly occluded, how long?
Well, if the person is struggling, it could take longer.
Would the person who was being strangled be able to perceive what was going on while they were being strangled prior to loss of consciousness?
If they're conscious to begin with.
Can you compare that experience to any other sort of experience that might be readily relatable?
Well,
Is it just similar to drowning?
I'm sorry?
Drowning?
it may be. I think that there's enough variation in the cases that it's difficult to say. And there may be even more than one mechanism involved in cases of strangulation. It may have more of a neurological base than just a vascular base. It's not possible to know. What you find in cases of strangulation is a person who's dead. And then you want to find out, well, why are they dead? Being dead is a pretty big clue, right? And in a person that doesn't have any other major injuries and no natural disease, why would that person be dead? I have had cases of strangulation where I didn't see any injury whatsoever. And I've seen cases of strangulation in which there is just a huge amount of trauma in the neck, a surprising amount. I don't know what the difference is. I don't know. I would suspect that if a person is not conscious, then they don't fight back. Or if the attacker has a much greater strength than the victim, that they would be able to accomplish it in an easier fashion.
Doctor, let me ask you this question. Based again on your training, education, and experience, how long would pressure need to be applied to the neck of a strangulation victim in order to cause death?
Well, again, it depends on how efficient you are. When I worked here, I was actually provided with a video of some young college students who were horsing around. They were part of a drill team. And one of the male members, a young man, maybe in his 20s, he takes the young woman about the same age and he puts her in what's commonly referred to as a sleeper hold. Now, this is all videotaped. And it's about 12 seconds before she passes out. And then she comes to and doesn't remember anything. So she didn't die, so it would take probably longer than that. But had that person kept that pressure on her neck after she became unconscious, I believe that she would have died. So that's my only personal experience with somebody that's, where I can see the time because of the timestamp on the video. There were experiments done during World War II in which they deliberately occluded with an apparatus the blood supply to the brain. And in those cases, I believe people lost consciousness in as little as 10 seconds. But that's much more efficient than manual strangulation. They were in a device, they couldn't really move, and it was a much more efficient occlusion of the vessels than you would get if you were strangling someone.
Would manual strangulation of a victim who was potentially struggling and resisting take longer?
Yes, if that person could prevent the compression of the vasculature, even intermittently.
And what would a strangulation victim be experiencing prior to losing consciousness? Would they experience terror, fright, air hunger? What would they experience?
Well, I would. I don't know what most people would experience. There is a body of literature. There are people who survive attempted strangulation. So that might be a better question put to one of my clinical colleagues.
Doctor, you mentioned, I'm not sure if you did, what are petechiae, Dr. Utz?
Well, petechiae are just small hemorrhages, the small blood vessels that burst, and they're often seen in the lining of our eye. Sometimes you'll see them on the face and the eyelids. Sometimes you see them in cases of strangulation. Most cases of strangulation have them. It's one of the things that people look at if they're, see if a body is found in their suspicious circumstances.
You said that the petechiae are caused by bursting of the small blood vessels. What causes those blood vessels to burst?
Well, the idea is that in cases of strangulation, that blood is still flowing through those arteries to the brain, but it can't drain. And so there's an increase in pressure, and the small, fragile vessels then burst, and you get these small, little reddish dots that we refer to as petechiae or petechial hemorrhages.
So let me try to put this in layman's terms.
I thought I did.
Well, you did. I'm gonna get lawyer dog here, doctor. You talked about the carotid arteries and the jugular veins in the neck.
Yes.
The carotid arteries carry oxygenated blood to the brain, correct?
Correct.
And the jugular vein allows the blood to drain from the brain into the rest of the body and back into the circulatory system.
Correct.
And you said that it's easier typically to compress the jugular vein than it is to compress the carotid artery.
It is.
Okay. So that means that the heart is continuing to pump blood through the carotid arteries into the vein, but there's nowhere for that blood to go. It just builds up in the brain and causes the blood vessels to burst. Is that?
That's the theory. Okay. That's the idea behind it, yes.
Now, turning to this particular case of Theresa Ann Green, in looking at the photographs, were you able to identify any petechiae in Ms. Green's eyes or anywhere else?
I could not see them, but they weren't very good pictures. And sometimes, I've had several cases in which investigators who look for petechial hemorrhages in the eyes don't see them, they miss them. You can miss them if they're down deep in the fold of the eye. It takes a little bit to manipulate that. Or you might miss them if a person is decomposing or has been face down and everything just is a muddy kind of reddish brown color. And that may be the case here. I don't see evidence of petechiae in the photos, but they're also not great photos.
Was there any mention of petechiae in any of the reports or other documents that you reviewed?
I do not believe so.
Is the absence of petechiae, for whatever reason in this case, either they're not there or they can't be seen, critical to your ultimate opinions and conclusions with respect to this case?
In this case, it isn't. I wouldn't ignore it. I would think about it and I would look hard at it, but not every case of strangulation has petechiae. Most do. I often wonder if more don't, but because people don't see petechiae, maybe they don't pull the trigger and call it a strangulation. But it's pretty clear that sometimes they don't. So when you do an autopsy, when you're trying to determine why someone died, you're thinking about what commonly occurs and what commonly doesn't occur. But you can't rule something out just because it only occurs 5% of the time or 10% of the time. I mean, how do you know? You might have that person there that's the 5% or the 10%. You know, people don't shoot themselves in the back of the head, usually, but until they do. And you don't have to practice forensic pathology very long before you see things like that. So while when we see something like that, like a person that we think is strangled and we don't have petechiae, we might be suspicious and we might look harder. Unfortunately, in this case, I didn't do the autopsy, so I can't do that.
Yeah, Doctor, you mentioned early in your testimony about histological slides. Did you have the occasion or the opportunity to review any slides that were taken in connection with this case?
I did.
And were those slides significant to your opinions and conclusions?
No.
Are slides or histological slides routinely taken in a case such as this one under current standards of practice?
I would probably not. When I worked in Orlando, I would probably not have taken sections in this case. When I worked in Ohio, I took sections in every case, no matter what the cause of death was.
Was that an office policy or just what you did?
It's just something. It's something that we did, and when our slides came back, we knew just about everything else should have been ready. So, plus, it was a good thing to do. It's a good thing to do when you first start out in forensic pathology. You want to see a lot. You want to see a lot that is normal, and so in forensic pathology, we see a lot of people who die that aren't sick. They're relatively healthy, and so I would routinely submit sections of heart, lung, liver, and brain, sometimes kidney in those people, and it was just a habit. When I came to Orlando, I found that most of the pathologists did not do that. And since they were paying by the slide, they sort of implied that, you know, if you have somebody that's got a gunshot wound to the head, you probably don't need to put a section of the heart or liver or any slides in. And so I ended up not doing that for, I'd say, probably most of my cases.
Doctor, did you have the occasion and also to review the toxicology report from Theresa Ann Green's autopsy?
I did.
And the toxicology report showed that she had beverage alcohol in her system, didn't it?
Yes.
And I believe she had a fairly elevated level.
It was, I believe, a 0.28, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that had anything to do with her death?
I don't think it was directly related to her death. It might have made her more susceptible. But I don't know, I don't know how good that number is. She's starting to decompose. When people decompose, they can produce in their own body alcohol. You don't have to have consumed alcohol. But you don't always see that. The other problem is that because she was decomposing, and I don't know, I'm just assuming, that they couldn't get peripheral blood. We like to have blood from the veins of the lower extremities, right, and the groin is where we usually collect it. Because if you take blood from the aorta, like they did in this case, that can be very close to the stomach and be close to the liver, and so you can get a false level. I think in this case, though, given the short period of time that she's in there, I think that she has to have consumed some alcoholic beverage before she.
Okay. Yeah, Doctor, I'm almost through. In the forensic pathology world, what does cause of death mean?
Well, the cause of death is just why the person isn't alive anymore. Cancer, hemorrhagic stroke, blunt head impact. That's what you would put as sort of what we call your bottom line on the death certificate. Why is this person no longer alive? They're no longer alive because they have cancer, and there may have been some intervening cause, like maybe they have immunosuppressed in their cancer treatment, and then they got an infection, and then they got septic, but the underlying cause of death is cancer. The same way a person who's shot in the head. They may survive that initial insult, they may go into the hospital, and they may not die for years. But if that wound ended up resulting in their death, no matter how long it took, then that would be the cause of death.
And Doctor, again, in the world of forensic pathology, what does manner of death mean?
The manner of death is a little bit different. So the cause of death you could think as a sort of a scientific or medical interpretation, but the manner of death is just a judgment by the pathologist of the circumstances under which the death occurred. So it's easier to just use an example. So you can have a death that's due to natural disease, a death that's due to an accident, some type of trauma, a death that's due to self-inflicted trauma, that's suicide, or a death that's due to trauma inflicted by another person, that's a homicide. And then, in the state of Florida, in most states, you also have the opportunity to say, I don't know, either because there's not enough of the tissue remaining, or often you can't decide whether it's an accident or, say, a suicide.
In the case of Theresa Ann Green, Doctor, have you reached an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of Theresa Ann Green's death?
Yes, I believe that the cause of death was strangulation.
Again, in the case of Theresa Ann Green, have you reached an opinion as to the manner of Theresa Ann Green's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, my opinion is that this is a homicide.
No further questions. Sorry, Your Honor, one moment. Doctor, just let me kind of tie up some things here. Just to make sure we don't leave something uncovered. Let me get you to, if you would, give us a list of the reasons for why you believe that the cause of Theresa Ann Green's death was in fact strangulation.
Well, when I looked at Dr. Gore's work, he said it was strangulation.
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll ignore the last comment.
Okay, keep on going past Dr. Gore.
All right, so I look at his autopsy report, and he directs me to certain areas of the neck, which he says are injured. He fails. There is some inconsistency in the report. In one part of the report, on page 5, he says there's injury to the right side of the neck.
Sustained, you can't tell me what the autopsy report said.
So you see, the problem here is that I can't really tell you what it is that I do, because I didn't do it. But that's the way I arrive at my conclusion. If you just give me the pictures of this person, a woman around 40, she's dead, she's wrapped in a sheet, she's in the trunk of a car. Just that alone, there's a pretty high probability that this person has been strangled, assuming that there's no other injury. I saw photos of her body that were taken at the time of her autopsy, and I didn't see any other injury documented, other than the ones that we've talked about.
Okay. Is there any indication of injury or hemorrhage to other organs of the neck beyond the hyoid bone that you're aware of?
It's difficult to see in the photos.
I mean, in internal organs, not on the outside.
In the musculature of the neck, but it's difficult to see. And there's also a photo of the musculature of the superficial right upper chest.
Again, that's on the right-hand side.
Correct.
Is there anything to suggest that Theresa Ann Green was not conscious while she was being strangled?
I don't know one way or the other.
Does there appear to be any head injury that would have caused her to lose consciousness prior to being strangled?
There's a small area of hemorrhage in her scalp, but I don't see any. I see a photo of that. I don't see any photo of her brain.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Doc. How you doing?
Good afternoon.
So I think I kind of want to work backwards with you from some of the stuff that you said near the end, and then maybe go into a little bit more detail. So you talked about the concepts of cause of death and manner of death. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, the job of what we now call the medical examiner, what in Ohio they still call the coroner, has been around for centuries, right?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that the job of the coroner or the medical examiner, at least in part, right, is to provide health statistics to those types of agencies, whether they're state or federal, that keep records of the population and how we get sick and how we die and things like that, right?
Yes.
And so the death certificate, right, which you would agree is it's not really part of our legal determination here, right? The death certificate is something which is produced by the medical examiner's or coroner's office for purposes of statistics for the health departments of states and federal governments, right?
Yes.
I'm sure there's lots of other reasons that, like insurance policies and all kinds of things like that. But there are forms, like here in Florida, we have a form, and you as the medical examiner in a particular case would be required to fill out that form and put in, check certain boxes and fill in certain blanks so that the people who keep the statistics on these things can do so. Correct?
That's correct.
So, for example, if in our society we're having a growth in suicide, they would know this because the medical examiner's office is reporting to the Department of Health or whatever that there appears to be an increase in the number of suicides, for example, among teens or something like that, right?
Yes, I'm sure there are other ways I'm sure there are other places where those statistics are gathered, but the death certificate should be one of them and should be a primary one.
So the the manner of death, where the medical examiner or coroner is called upon to check off a box, basically, and say, well, it appears to me that this person died from this or this or this. They died from an accident. They died from homicide. They died from whatever other categories there may be. The medical examiner is the one who's making that determination, and that determination is your best estimate, your best opinion about what it's likely to be that this person died of. Would that be fair?
Yes.
I mean, you're not an employee of the Justice Department or of the state of Florida's judicial branch or the Ninth Circuit State Attorney's Office or anything like that, right?
That's correct.
You're an independent office
Yes.
with multiple responsibilities, including on occasion having to testify in court.
That's correct.
So when you look into the manner of death, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is what it sounded like, you not only use the evidence that you obtained from the body at the medical examiner's office, all the evidence that you could possibly obtain from that body, but you also look at the circumstances surrounding how a body was found.
You have to.
You have to.
You have to.
In order to make a determination about how that person died.
Correct.
Now, but it's true though, right, that these circumstances, this is not, we talked about, for example, a person being found in a car, right, and what that could possibly mean. That's not something that you were taught in medical school, right?
Well, no, I don't think so.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at, it's in other words, is that anybody could look at that circumstance, right? A detective, a juror, a witness could look at that circumstance and draw conclusions from what they observed about that circumstance.
I think people often express that as the manner of death not being a medical or scientific term. It's more of a sort of bureaucratic classification.
A bureaucratic classification, right. So, it sounds to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that you included the fact that Theresa Green was found in the trunk of a vehicle as a variable in the, if I can say it, in the equation that you solved to come up with a solution in this particular case. Would that be correct?
It wasn't the only one, but
I know.
it's part of it, yes.
Sure, no, it
Part
couldn't
of it.
possibly be the only one, right? Because you're a medical examiner, you wouldn't be coming in here just to say, I think if she was found in a car, that means she was murdered, right? The fact of the matter is that it is pretty common, right? It's probably predominantly common that if a person is found dead in the trunk of a car, it's very likely that they've been murdered by somebody, right?
I would say that's probably true.
Yeah, I mean, it's not always true.
Well, that's true. I mean, people can hide a body for
Other reasons.
other reasons.
Right. So, and who knows what the odds are? I certainly don't. I don't know that you do. But it's something. It's some percentage of people are found in vehicles that have been secreted away in the back of this vehicle by some other person for reasons that don't necessarily support a conviction of homicide.
It's
right?
possible, yes.
Like, for example, a drug dealer sells drugs to someone and they die on them right away, and then the drug dealer freaks out, takes the body, puts it in the trunk and hides the body, right? And the person doesn't want to be discovered. I mean, and for purposes of my example, I'm talking about a situation, a state like Florida used to be, where if you were that person, you couldn't be convicted of murder. Now that's, but in plenty of states of the union, I assume that that still doesn't amount to murder if you sell someone drugs and they happen to document overdose, right?
Yeah, I think that's pretty commonly a problem now, is that many of those people are now charged with.
Yeah, they are.
So that just gives a person more of a reason to sort of distance themselves from that dead person.
Absolutely. And you could have lots of reasons to want to do that. Okay, so I sense a lot of discomfort with you about the fact that, you know, you really didn't get to do the kind of job that you would normally do as a medical examiner in this particular case, right? I mean, you didn't actually have your hands on the body. You didn't get to see the body from all different angles and different lighting. And am I correct?
I would go further than that. I think Dr. Gord did a sloppy job here. I don't think there's any question about that.
Well, I mean, we're not here to
right,
judge Dr. Gore anymore.
But just based on what I could see with the low quality of the photographs, and you have to remember, this is 2002, so we've all gotten used to having really, we could take a much better picture with our phones now than we could with the $7,000 or $8,000 or $10,000 cameras back then. So, but there wasn't the attention. He didn't do it. He didn't do it.
No. Like I said, we're not here to judge him. This is not about Dr.
So, but it
Gore.
makes it more difficult.
Sure. No, I'm just merely pointing out the fact that you are being honest about you know, the kind of job that you would normally expect to do, right, before you're asked to render an opinion, and the kind of job that you are required to do because this is all you've got before you render a medical opinion. And so, for example, right, because we're spending a lot of time talking about the hyoid bone, it would have been important if you were there to, for example, handle that bone in your hands and see if it was it articulated, was it separated, was anything actually happening with it while it was still all connected with tissue.
Typically, that is what happens. Yes.
Right. I mean, this picture that's been up behind you now for the last 15 minutes or so, that shows these bones completely taken apart. It's kind of deceptive, isn't it?
Well, it is if you don't know what it is. I mean, it's obvious to me when I first looked at it that's not a fracture. That's a normal hyoid.
Right. And not only that, but a procedure was utilized upon that structure, which I believe you yourself would not approve of, and that is that the entire structure was submitted to some sort of chemical process which defleshed it completely and essentially turned it into a laboratory specimen for instructive purposes. I mean, practically, right?
Yes, because in this case, if there was an injury, and I believe that there was, it would have been the injury around that joint. And the evidence is the hemorrhage in the soft tissue. It's not the bone itself. So that doesn't add anything. If the bone had actually been fractured, I suppose this would have made it easier to see, but you could also easily have just x-rayed it.
Right. Okay, and you know, while we're sort of discussing the concept of scientific analysis and best evidence, you mentioned under direct examination that there was no evidence of petechiae that you could detect from the images that you were provided as your only effective source of analyzing that kind of thing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you have to admit, right, if we use strict scientific methods, that a lack of evidence is functionally exactly the same as no evidence at all, right?
I suppose it would depend on the context.
Well, look, I mean, if you're reaching a scientific conclusion about something, you always have to maintain open the possibility that, number one, your conclusion is always dependent upon any evidence that you might find in the future, correct? In other words, all scientific concepts and beliefs or theories are contingent on future studies, future information that might change your position, correct?
I'll grant you that.
The reason I say that is because if you're in a situation where you have a lack of evidence, right? And I think that you've been up there saying that essentially just because there isn't any petechiae, am I saying that right?
Yeah, that's right, petechiae.
Just because there isn't any petechiae doesn't mean that she wasn't strangled, correct?
Correct.
But you have to agree that it also doesn't tend to support the conclusion that she was strangled, right?
Well, once we agree that they don't have to be there, then it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a zero, right?
Yes, but I mean, to be fair, I see petechiae more often than people who aren't strangled. Now, it's true, when a person is strangled and they have petechiae, they tend to be more prominent.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess the shortcut is, if there were petechiae visible, you would be testifying about it. You would say, yeah, that normally you see petechiae in strangulation cases, and here it is.
Yes, I would.
So talking about scientific evidence, Mr. Nunley asked you some about the slides and tissue samples, right? So as I, and correct me if I'm wrong, as I understand it, you know, you as a medical examiner had the opportunity to take samples, tissue samples, from wherever you deem necessary on the body for further examination, correct?
That's correct.
And so you now I've actually watched autopsies and seen doctors take tissue, for example, brain tissue or heart tissue or something, cut it up into small pieces and put it in a tube and send it off. Is that about right?
Sort of, yeah.
Sort of, okay, all right, more or less. And then the tissue, when it goes to a lab, they're going to take that tissue, they're going to preserve it. They're going to, and I may miss a step on this, but they're going to preserve it. They're going to put it in a wax that allows the tissue to be held firmly.
Yes.
And then that wax block will be in some sort of holder. And I know there's a variety of different systems out there. And then that tissue inside the wax block will be taken to a machine that has the power to cut extremely thin slices from that block, right?
Correct.
And then those thin slices are mounted on slides, and then before that, I think somebody dyes them, right?
Correct.
So they use a variety of dyes depending on the color of the tissue, a variety of different dyes in order to make the image pop, so you can see detail inside.
Yes.
Right. I imagine a lot of tissues are quite pale and probably translucent, and if you don't dye them, you can't really see very well, right?
That's correct.
And so if you take these tissue blocks and you make some slides, keep the blocks. Later on, when you come back, you can make more slides if you want to.
Yes. You
For
can.
example, if there was something wrong in the dyeing process or
Right.
it dried up or whatever, you could make more, right?
Right.
In this case, you did have the opportunity to view these slides. The slides, whatever slides were present, you were able to view them.
Yes.
And those slides were made from tissue samples that were taken from areas that Dr. Gore, who was the person who was present at the time of the autopsy, from tissues that he believed to be damaged or show bruising or contusion, and so had those tissues removed, and those were the ones that got made into the slides, correct?
Yes, some of them. Most of them were not from areas that he believed were injured.
Okay. But of the ones that were, you got to view all of them?
I did.
Is that correct? And at the microscopic level, an area of our body or any animal's body that has a contusion, you would expect to see that red blood cells had leaked out from the capillaries into the spaces in between, for example, muscle tissues, where they're not supposed to be. And that's what we observe as a bruise on our skin.
Yes.
But you didn't see that in the slides, correct?
I don't know. I don't remember. I looked at those, it's been 11 years ago.
Okay. In the time that has elapsed since you saw them, did you come to know or understand that the slides and the tissue blocks have been destroyed?
Yes.
And I'm not blaming you in any way for this, okay? So I don't
Thank
want
you.
this to sound like an accusation, but you are confirming that whatever evidence was present there is no longer available, and so any other medical examiner who comes along to attempt to scientifically recreate your results would not have the benefit of those slides.
That's correct.
So you mentioned that the reported blood alcohol level found in Theresa Green was 0.28, correct?
That's what I remember.
So that's milliliters per deciliter?
Grams per deciliter.
Grams per deciliter of blood.
So, yes.
So, I mean, that's a really high number.
It is if you're, if it's a good specimen and you're driving a vehicle, yes.
And you know, you would not be surprised to hear that witnesses have taken the stand in this trial and testified that she was really drunk, right? That wouldn't surprise you at all.
It doesn't.
And you know, if it's 0.25 instead of 0.28, it's still a lot, right?
Yes. Yes.
It's true, right, that her alcohol level could actually have been somewhat higher, and that the amount of alcohol in her body could actually have reduced while she was in the trunk of the car just from evaporation through her skin.
I think in that short period of time, probably not too much. I would worry more about it being higher due to fermentation, but I don't think it's not a reliable thing. I mean, sometimes you'll see it in decomposed bodies, and sometimes you don't. I mean, there have been reports that you can have alcohol level of 0.2 or even somewhat higher just from that fermentation.
Now, that's the sort of thing, though, that if you're a medical examiner and you conduct an autopsy on a person, I know from having seen it that one of the things that guys do is open up the entire gastrointestinal tract, correct?
Yes?
And so I've never had this pleasure of being exposed to this, but I would assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if you opened such a gastrointestinal tract in a human being that was actually fermenting, presumably some sort of sugar or grain or something, into alcohol in their stomach, you might actually be able to detect that with your nose?
I don't know.
Never
I don't
had
know.
the experience?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
So you've never, as a medical examiner, ever had the opportunity to actually detect alcohol within the gastrointestinal tract of a cadaver?
Well, you don't really know you don't know that it's alcohol. Usually bodies of people who are intoxicated will have what I think one of my colleagues refer to as an odor not unlike that of alcohol, which is a convoluted way of saying this is a person who's dead and they smell like a dead person who was drinking. It doesn't really smell to me like a living person who's drinking. It's a different odor. You have to be there to experience it. Once you experience it, it's pretty common, and you identify it. I mean, I wouldn't rely on it, but yeah. So it's not what's actually in the gut that you're going to measure anyway. It's what's in the blood.
Right. Well, I mean, I was just trying to get down to the nitty-gritty of what, your hypothesis that a person could be fermenting alcohol in their gut and that alcohol somehow seeping into their blood. And I was just wondering, I've never experienced it myself, obviously, so I don't know how it would come about. But really, all of that, the point of all of that was simply to point out that Theresa Green, by any account, was very intoxicated just before she died.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Now, and intoxicated to the extent that it could have killed her.
Well, I suppose there are cases, I've had rare cases, usually younger, naive people, alcohol naive, people who aren't used to drinking.
Yeah, I mean,
Would be dead from a little bit higher than I don't think 0.2 or 0.3. I don't usually think of it as significant until we get over a 0.3, but each case is different. I'm sure I know I have had a teenager found dead in her room, and she was 0.25, something like that.
So it could have been responsible. I mean, I think, in fact, in the past, you've testified that if Theresa Green had been found dead in bed, without the injuries that you referred to, you found her dead in bed, and then you found out that was her blood alcohol level, you'd say it's probably from the alcohol.
Well, I think I would want a little bit more,
Well,
and that's the case. If that were the case, I probably would have, looked harder for something else. Not saying that I wouldn't have eventually possibly come to that conclusion, but I would have. I wouldn't just have stopped as soon as I got the lab report back and said, "Oh, well, that's why she's dead," because it's unusual for a person, especially who's, as you said, known to drink, to be dead from a level like that.
now, you were informed at some point that it's been alleged and testified to in this courtroom that before she was found dead and while she was very intoxicated, Theresa Green fell down a flight of stairs. And I think her reported weight was 192 pounds. Fell down a flight of stairs with another person, and by some accounts, tumbled over each other.
Yes.
All the way down the stairs. Now, you could break your neck doing that, right?
You could.
You could certainly end up at the bottom of a staircase with some bruises and some scratches from whatever is happening when you go down this washing machine down to the bottom of a set of stairs, right?
Yes.
And if you happen to hit your head while this is happening, and you're intoxicated to that level, too, that being struck in the head could be another cause of a person's death.
Yes, there are well-documented cases. I think I've had at least 2 of people who sustain what looks like relatively minor head trauma. You might not even see anything. You just have a history that they were punched. They're also intoxicated, and they die. But these people usually die suddenly. It's a sudden death.
Well, we don't actually know.
Right.
The very moment of death. It could have been quite sudden. So it's common, since we're continuing this discussion about strangulation, and Mr. Nunnally asked you quite a bit about how long does it take to die from being strangled. It's common for people who are being strangled to fight and struggle with their attacker, correct?
Yes.
And so one of the common things that you would look for in the body of someone who you suspect died from strangulation is what we refer to as defensive wounds, correct?
Well, you would look for evidence of those wounds in any type of.
And what would they typically look like?
In a case of a person who's been strangled, sometimes all you'll see is sort of a disruption. I think particularly of women with, artificial nails, that those have a tendency to come off during the struggle.
Sure, because the first thing a person's going to do is reach up with their hands and try to get the hands off of them or something along those lines, correct?
I would assume. I've never seen it.
When I was reading up on the literature about all this stuff, that was one thing that just kept coming out over and over. Unlike a lot of science, it's not subject to experimentation. And I've never met a medical examiner or anyone who's witnessed someone being strangled to death, thank God. And so you just have to speculate on that. But it seems reasonable to believe that a person who's being strangled is going to claw at the person who's attacking them or claw at their hands or something along those lines, right?
It does happen.
And you might expect to see those artificial nails broken off.
You might.
But you didn't see anything like that on the screen, right? Nothing that you would categorize as defensive wounds.
I did not see anything.
And in the pictures, all her fingernails are intact.
It looks like it, yes.
It's typical for the medical examiner's office, one of the technicians, right? Because most of the heavy work is done by a technician at your office.
Well, most of the cleaning is done by the technician. But,
I've only ever seen them here, and generally.
Well, I have a little bit different procedure. I do my own evisceration, so I remove.
Oh, okay.
I remove all the organs myself.
Oh, all right.
So.
But in any
I don't know what they did at the time that this autopsy was performed.
Well, it's probably true that in the majority of cases, if not all, the fingernails are removed from the decedent.
Yes, in cases that are suspected homicides.
And the reason for that is so that the fingernail clippings can be sent in and tested for possibly the DNA of the person who was attacking them, correct?
Yes.
And because if you scratch somebody, their cells get underneath your fingernails, and somebody could find it, and it's pretty doggone hard to explain how your skin got under somebody's fingernails, right? Especially if that person ends up dead.
Well, it can be, but I mean,
Sure.
it wouldn't be unusual to find it if they share a residence.
Oh, right, sure. So, if I heard you right, and we'll move on to the highway bone itself. It sounded like you were not sure, but that you thought that it appeared as though a part of that hyoid bone looked like it might have hemorrhaging as opposed to another part.
Yes.
You weren't completely sure about that.
No, it's just, that's the way it appeared from the photograph.
I mean, if you had had it in your hands,
Would have been, yeah.
then you could look at it from all different angles and make a finer, detailed judgment.
Correct.
The scratches that you observed on, that you believe you observed on the back of Theresa's neck, those scratches, I mean, you can't definitively say that those scratches were caused by a human being.
No.
Is that fair?
That's
I mean,
correct.
like, I don't know, but I would imagine, like, if you had, you know, like werewolf movies or something, if you had 4 scratches that went long ways across the body that were spaced, you know, about the same distance as fingernails, you could say, well, that sure looks like a hand that went across. But those scratches that we saw on the slide seem to be sort of haphazard. Is that a fair?
Yes.
So they really could have been caused by anything that she might have rubbed against that might have abraded that part of her neck.
Well, I don't think it was necessarily anything. I mean, that's,
Well, it wasn't
it's a
a
peculiar pattern. It would have to, you know, but it doesn't have to be fingernails.
Just one moment, please. Thanks. The last thing I wanted to talk about very briefly was what appears to be in one of the images a fat lip, for lack of a better word, on Miss Green.
Yes.
Did the tissue appear to you from looking in the photographs that it had, you know, broken to the extent that it would have bled?
It does.
And that would be consistent with somebody slapping her in the mouth with a hand?
Yes, could be.
Okay. I think that's all I have at this moment.
Any redirect?
Just a moment, Sean. Dr. Rutz, just one final question. Are the opinions and conclusions, not 2 final questions, I'm a lawyer. Are the opinions and conclusions that you've expressed here today that Theresa Ann Green's cause of death was strangulation, and that the manner of her death was homicide, held by you to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with those conclusions that you've testified to today based upon the evidence that you have reviewed and all of the facts and circumstances and information known to you about this case?
I am.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions from the jury? We have one.
Judge, I have this thing follow-up.
Come on up. Yep, come on. I've got a couple of questions for you, Dr. Otts. If the carotid artery is compressed prior to the jugular vein, would that lessen the likelihood of petechiae?
Well, that's a theory, and that's why you tend not to see petechiae in hanging deaths. We see a lot more hanging deaths than we do strangulations. But the idea there is that you don't see them because the carotid artery is compressed more efficiently by hanging than it would be by manual strangulation.
On what side of the neck does the carotid artery run?
Well, they're on both sides. It's a paired structure, so we're pretty symmetrical beings. So usually whatever you have on the right side, you have on the opposite side.
Any follow-up on behalf of the state?
Sorry, Your Honor.
On behalf of the defense?
Just the one follow-up question, Judge. Doc, the term homicide, when you use it in discussing manner of death, doesn't mean anything more that a person died as the result of an action of a human being, correct?
That's correct.
It doesn't...
A different human being.
Right, a different human being.
If it had
right.
been
Now,
the same human being, then we would
suicide.
call it suicide. Yes.
It doesn't mean murder. It just means person died as a result of the action of another person.
That's correct. It is not the same as murder.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right, any additional questions on behalf of the jury? May the witness be excused.
You may, Your Honor.
You are free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think this would be a good time to take a recess. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. Leave your pads and pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return, and we will resume at 3:30.
Jury exiting.
First, with regard to first-degree premeditated murder, we believe that there is, even though the light most favorable to the non-moving party, there is no evidence to suggest that Demorris Hunter killed Theresa Green and took any actions in which he killed her. There was no evidence of any premeditation, no evidence of any intent, malice, or negative action on his part. Second part of our motion for judgment is as to all of the charges, specifically for all of the same reasons. There's no evidence, even in the light most favorable to the state, that Demorris Hunter took any actions to kill Theresa Green, did anything with regard to killing her, and that's the defense's position.
All right, thank you. State.
Judging the evidence in light most favorable to the state, Your Honor, I don't think the defense is challenging that Theresa Green is dead. But as far as element 2, the defendant was the one who committed the murder. The evidence in light most favorable to the state shows that the defendant was the last person to see the victim alive. They were seen in the victim's apartment after they tumbled down the stairs by Lisa Moore. She saw them both walk into that apartment. There was no sign of forced entry to the apartment, which indicates that somebody who had access to the apartment was probably the one who committed the crime. Lisa Moore heard arguing behind that door after they tumbled down the stairs, walked back up the stairs and went inside the apartment. The defendant would be the one that had access to her car keys. The defendant is the one that arranged to have the car the next morning with her body in the truck transported to Walgreens in Sanford. That was testified to by both Joyce Butler and Joseph Butler. As they were leaving, dropping the car off at Walgreens, the defendant told Mr. Butler, "I messed up." The defendant is the one that fled the state. The evidence suggests he is the one that burned the stolen car, and he tries to run when he is arrested. So I think in light of the evidence in light most favorable to the state, that is sufficient to show that the defendant, that a jury could conclude that the defendant was the one that committed this crime. As regarding the premeditation aspect, element number 3, again, judging in light evidence in light most favorable to the state, the victim has various areas of her head and neck that are indicative of trauma, multiple blows. There are scratches on both sides of her neck, consistent with strangulation, consistently being caused by fingernail marks. We have heard, and we all know common sense, strangulation is not a quick process. It could take seconds up to a longer period of time, depending on the level of consciousness of the victim and the level that the victim is actually struggling or fighting. We have the evidence of the hyoid bone hemorrhage, which is consistent with strangulation. As we said, the hyoid bone is a very protected structure up in the throat above the Adam's apple, the level of the chin, not likely injured by falling down the stairs or being slapped. We also have, though not directly indicative of premeditation, we do have his actions after the murder. If this was not a premeditated murder, we don't have a situation where the defendant comes to and realizes and goes and calls the police for help, goes across the hallway to the butlers and asking for help. Oh my gosh, what did I do? That is indicative of premeditation. I think in light most favorable to the state, there's enough to get to a jury.
I believe it is a jury question at this point, so I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. Is the defense prepared to put its witness on?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
All right, then let's bring the jury back in.
Jury entering.
All right, you may be seated. State, do you have any additional witnesses?
We do not, Your Honor. At this time, the state rests.
Thank you. Defense, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Jonathan Arden.
Remain standing and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ooh, it's very loud. I'm Dr. Jonathan Arden. Last name is Arden.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I am a forensic pathologist. My primary employment now is as a consultant in forensic pathology and medicine.
And could you tell the jury a little bit of how you came to be a forensic pathologist and what your work experience has been over the years?
I attended college for 2 years at the Johns Hopkins University and then 2 years at the University of Michigan, where I received my Bachelor of Science degree in 1976. I then attended and graduated from the University of Michigan Medical School, receiving my MD or Doctor of Medicine degree in 1980. Following medical school, I served in 2 training programs. The first was a 3-year residency in anatomic pathology at the New York University Medical Center in New York City. I followed that with a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Maryland. My employment history after I finished my education and training really consists of 2 separate halves of my career. The first 20 years of my career, I served as a full-time government medical examiner. I worked in 4 different jurisdictions, including 9 years with the city of New York, where I rose through a number of titles and spent most of my time either as the acting or the first deputy chief medical examiner, that being the second in command to that system. I then spent about 5.5 years as the chief medical examiner of Washington, D.C. At the completion of that 20-year block of government service, I then started my private consulting practice, the type of work that brings me here today. I've done that now for close to 22 years, and overlapping with that, I have held several part-time positions. Most importantly, since 2008, I hold a part-time appointment under the title of forensic pathologist with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of West Virginia.
And Doc, are you licensed in any states in the union to be a forensic pathologist?
Well, the licensing is actually to be a physician.
Be a physician.
But I am currently licensed to practice medicine in 5 states, which are Florida, West Virginia, Virginia, Maryland, and I hold a license in New York State that's in an inactive status. In terms of being a forensic pathologist, I am board certified by the American Board of Pathology in both anatomic and forensic pathology, and have been so certified since 1985.
And how many autopsies have you performed? If you know.
I don't have an exact count, but I know I've performed a bit over 3,000 forensic autopsies in my career. I know I've also examined at least 500 or more other bodies that were external examinations only without an autopsy, but for the purpose of completing an investigation and issuing a death certificate. And in the course of my career, especially in New York City and Washington, D.C., where I had supervisory roles, I've participated in or supervised many thousands of death investigations.
And you've testified in courts around the United States as an expert witness?
I have.
How many times would you guess?
I've stopped keeping an exact count, but in the 42 years I've been doing this, In trial, deposition, grand jury, administrative hearings, I've been under oath well over 900 times.
And do you have any idea what percentage of those times you've testified on or have been called to testify by an arm of the government, whether it's the state, a commonwealth, or the federal government?
Again, I don't have an exact count, but the first 20 years of my career, almost every court appearance was a trial in criminal matters called by the prosecution as a part of my work as a government medical examiner. There has to be 400 or 500 of those.
And presumably you've also testified on behalf of the defense, or you've been contracted by a defense team to assist them.
I've been contracted hundreds of times by criminal defense teams, and a certain percentage of those also involve testimony.
And have you ever not been qualified as an expert?
No, sir.
Judge, at this time, we would tender Dr. Arden as an expert to give opinions in the field of forensic pathology.
Any voir dire?
No objection.
He will be permitted to render his opinion in that field.
So it appears obvious, but Doc, you were contracted by our team in order to assist us in this case, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what sort of information given about this case in order to prepare to render an opinion?
I was provided materials to review, which consisted largely of the materials from the medical examiner's office on the death and autopsy of Ms. Green. That would be the autopsy report, the toxicology report, the autopsy photographs. There was an investigative narrative also from the medical examiner's office. I was also provided some videos, from the crime scene, and at a later date was made available deposition testimony from Dr. Utz.
Okay, so you've had the opportunity to review and actually today hear everything that Dr. Utz has said in the past under deposition or in court. You've had the opportunity to review all of that.
Yes, sir.
So would it be fair to say that you and he are more or less equal footing in terms of where you start as a medical examiner in order to evaluate this case?
Yes, I think that's fair. We have similar backgrounds in our careers and qualifications. And we were both.
I meant more that the materials that you had at your hands
right.
in order to begin your investigation.
Yes, and that's where I was going. That we both had the same materials to review. Neither one of us performed the autopsy, and this is a circumstance that happens with supervisors. It happens when somebody needs to be a substitute witness for the medical examiner because. I've offered substitute witness testimony as a medical examiner because the other medical examiner is out of the country, on a few occasions because the other medical examiner had died. And it's the same thing a consultant like me does. You don't do the autopsy yourself. You get the materials, you review them. So he and I are, you're right, on equal footing of having had the same materials under the same circumstances.
Well, it would be fair to point out with one exception.
Yes.
And that is that you were never had access to any slides or tissue blocks, correct?
That's correct. That's the one area that Dr. Utz had that I did not.
Dr. Utz testified that as part of his work in Ohio now, they routinely do tissue samples from the bodies that come before them, but that here in Orange County it wasn't quite as common. I'm not asking you what you know about Orange County's practices, but in the places that you've practiced, was it common for your offices to routinely take tissue samples of a variety of locations of any body that came before you for examination?
Just to clarify, I think he testified that it was when he was in Ohio in Hamilton County not his current position.
Okay.
That they routinely did.
Yes.
And my impression from his testimony is that part of it was the office practice in Hamilton County in those days, and part of it was he was brand new. And when you are new, you tend to take microscopic slides of much more, because even if you're fully qualified and even board certified, when you're the new guy, you're still learning more than the experienced guys. So I think my practice was very similar. When I was young in my career, I took many more slides. It has been my practice for many years that I'm much more judicious with making slides. You don't need routine slides of organs in every forensic autopsy, so, you know, it takes time, it takes money, public resources, it delays finishing cases. So no, I don't do them routinely in every case. I do them selectively when they're clearly necessary or required.
Well, in this case, there were slides done, and according to Dr. Utz, the slides did not factor into his rendition of his opinion, because the slides did not, in fact, show any hemorrhaging at the cellular level. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, since when you and I were getting ready for today, and we discussed, and I was learning from you, we discussed what those slides looked like. I asked you if it would be possible for you to obtain images of, your typical slide that would, in fact, show you subcutaneous hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I asked Dr. Utz to describe them or to correct me if my description was wrong. He seemed to agree with it. You heard that as well, correct?
I did.
And you provided me with some images that you obtained that show your typical type of subcutaneous hemorrhaging?
Particularly muscular hemorrhage.
Muscular hemorrhaging. And can I show those now? So just to be clear, this image that we're looking at, that is not a tissue sample from this case, correct?
Correct.
Where did you obtain it?
I found these on the internet. There are various sources of pathology material and slides that are examples that you can download for teaching purposes, for instance.
Okay, and kind of what you're doing right now.
Exactly.
So the image, if you could describe it and point out some of the features to the jury as to what it's supposed to be.
Mr. Marrero, do you want me to try to make it the end?
That'd be great.
Is that plugged in at the podium?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Then we're going to try this.
Fingers crossed. It's not plugged in. The AI will become useful.
Well, okay, so I am going to do it.
Select. Hey, there we go.
It's amazing.
Thanks, Judge. I appreciate it. I would not have been able to get it done. So, Doc, what are we looking at?
You're looking here at what's called a photomicrograph. That's a photograph taken through the microscope. And this is a roughly medium magnification of a slide of skeletal muscle, the kind of muscle like your biceps or your glutes or whatever. And the larger kind of polygonal pink structures are actually the muscle fibers. They've been cut in cross-section. They're long, thin structures in real life, but if you cut them in cross-section, like cutting across a bread loaf, you get those kinds of perimeters, if you will. Profiles is the word I'm looking for. So all of the pink structures that are polygons and grouped together are the muscle fibers. And you can see in between them and adjacent to them, there are many areas with what look like little red dots or red blobs. And the red blobs indeed are red blood cells. And so what you are seeing there is hemorrhage. And hemorrhage is the medical term that simply means bleeding, nothing more complicated than that. So if you have damage to the tissue, such as if you have a bruise, you break little blood vessels, blood escapes from the blood vessels into the tissue, and you can then see that with the naked eye as a bruise. And in the microscope, what you have in front of you is a small area of muscle tissue with red blood cells, meaning the contents of the blood, escaped and infiltrating around those muscle cells. And so that is what hemorrhage in the muscle looks like under the microscope.
And if I were looking at that tissue in a living human being, where that process was happening while they were alive, I would likely see a bruise, an image of a bruise on the person's tissue or their skin. I mean, like when I get a bruise from banging into something, that's what's going on at the microscopic level under my skin.
Exactly. The typical bruises that you have or you see are actually in the fatty tissue that we all have right underneath the skin. They're not necessarily in the muscle, which is usually the next deeper thing. But you can get bruising in the muscle. Anytime you have trauma, usually what we're talking about here is blunt impact trauma that injures the tissue, disrupts some of those blood vessels. You will, with the naked eye, you can see the difference, that tissue looks hemorrhagic, it's redder, and sometimes in an autopsy setting, in fact, the jury saw this with Dr. Utz, some of the tissues look redder than other areas, and in this instance, we have the confounding factor of decomposition about whether that was hemorrhage or not, but just for the generality, the redder tissue usually is hemorrhage, and the normal-looking tissue is not, and you can see that in the muscle, in the specimen, in the autopsy. You can see it, you were pointing on your hand, on your own body, at the skin surface, the same way.
Okay. You sent me a couple other pictures, and now these colors, these brilliant pink colors that are coming up here, that's a result of the tissue being dyed for contrast. Is that right?
Right. The standard process, which you outlined with Dr. Utz, so I'm not going to belabor it, but the standard process to make microscopic slides of tissue requires the last thing that you do to the tissue once it's been cut and put onto that glass slide is you stain it. You've been using the word dye. We usually use the word stain.
That's the right word.
There's a standard type of staining that is used almost universally for pathology slides. That's what you're looking at in these photos. And the pink and the red are certain kinds of tissues that pick that up. And the alternative, the other stain, is going to be blue to purple. And so in this one, you can see the muscle fibers are now looking longitudinal. You're cutting them along their length. You can see that the muscle fibers have some mottily purple oblong things in them. Those are the nuclei of the muscle fibers, and that just demonstrates nuclei of cells typically stained with the blue and purple stain, as they are here, and the body of the cell most of the time stains with the pink stain. That's what you have here. And then you can see running horizontally and diagonally across the photo, the muscle fibers are interrupted and separated by collections of those little red dots. And mixed in with the dots, there are a few little purple guys. Those are white blood cells. But most of your blood is composed of red blood cells, and that's why you see those long areas with the red blood cells. That's hemorrhage insinuating itself in between the muscle cells.
And the last one, now this one looks a little bit closer up than the last one we were looking at. Am I correct?
Yes. When you look in the microscope, you have multiple lenses that you can interchange, so you get different magnifications. We sometimes say different powers. This indeed, as Mr. Marrero said, is a higher magnification. So you're looking at it bigger and looks like it's closer up. And again, I don't want to belabor this. This is very similar to the first one. Muscle fibers cut crossways, and in between them, jammed in there, are the red blood cells. So it's the same phenomenon. And just the only difference here is that some of those white circles and ovals, those are actually fat cells, which is a normal component of that tissue.
So, Doc, you got to listen to Dr. Utz discuss his opinions and his observations. You've told the jury that you had access to all of the same information without the slides. Did you agree with any of the opinions that he rendered from the witness stand today?
Actually, I agree with much of what Dr. Utz testified to, although respectfully, I disagree with several things that he offered, particularly the opinions concerning cause of death, and I have a slightly different opinion on manner of death.
Okay, well, let's talk about what you agree with first. Do you have that in your head?
Frankly, it's a little harder to summarize because much of what he said, in my opinion, was quite reasonable. In terms of his interpretations of what happened to her, what he saw in the photographs and gleaned from the report. So I agree with him about things like the degree of decomposition. I agree with him. There was an abrasion on the back of the neck, and I think we both agree that that was a real, albeit a superficial injury. I think, in answer to questions, you offered many opinions. Is this consistent? Is that, things about how strangulation can occur, timing that you might be able to give estimates of, and some timing that he couldn't give estimates to. I think I agreed with a great deal of that.
So there were aspects of the evidence offered by the body, and there were aspects of the evidence that were had to do with the circumstances in which the body was located.
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about the evidence that you reviewed in regards to the body. And he made specific reference to hemorrhaging at a variety of levels, at the external level and inside at the hyoid bone. What would you have to say about what you observed externally in the images? What do those images communicate to you?
First and foremost, the biggest thing that the images communicate to me is that the areas of greatest interest anatomically in her body had very significant degree of decompositional change. That's the postmortem breakdown of parts of the body. And I believe that most of the external findings that were present and were described in prior testimony are the result of decomposition and not representing injuries that occurred before death. And I can separate the things out for you very simply, and I'll try to be brief. I already mentioned the abrasion on the back of the neck. I completely agree. That's a real injury, meaning it happened before she died. You'll notice its location, though, is something I'm going to come back to in terms of whether it is or is not significant regarding strangulation. I am, frankly, much less convinced that the scratch marks were actual scratch marks. To me, I'm concerned that they may be entirely the product of decomposition. I am much more concerned about the facial area and the neck and upper right chest, though, because you could see in the photographs that there's a great deal of what's called bloating of the face. The face is actually an area that commonly undergoes more advanced decomposition earlier than other parts of the body. That's why her face and upper neck looked worse, if you will, than the other parts of the body you saw in those photographs. And
if I could just ask you briefly, does the fact that she was laying face down in the car impact that?
yes, actually, because whichever side is down is where fluid tends to collect. Blood collects there. Blood is a source of fuel, if you will, for the bacteria and fungi and other kinds of microorganisms that create most of the decomposition. And so where there's more blood there, it's also a pressure phenomenon. Decomposition starts to break down the tissue and it liquefies things. It also produces gas. So if the tissue is having some degree of being converted into liquid, the liquid is settling down relative to gravity, and if the face is down, then more of it settles into the face. And that's part of the reason you get that bloating. And I want to make very clear the word bloating refers to a post-mortem phenomenon, it's decomposition. The alternative word that sometimes you will hear, and I don't want to hang this on Dr. Utz, because frankly I'm not sure he said this, but I have heard other pathologists say this, they'll see that bloated appearance from decomposition and use the word swelling. This is not swelling. Swelling is a vital process. Swelling is response to an injury that happens in a living person. The bloating from decomposition is all after death. And in my opinion, the area of the right eye that was highlighted, the area of the lips and the face, the area of the right side of the neck, and it'll transition us into the internal examination, the upper right chest, all of that had the appearance of postmortem decomposition. So I do not believe that any of those findings represent injuries that happened before she died.
What about interior?
Now, internally, there's two things. I think to follow on what I just said to you, there's shown in the autopsy photographs the tissues under the skin, mostly the muscles, right side of the front of the neck, and extending continuously in a broad area onto the right side of the front of the chest are redder and wetter, and that is decomposition. The concern was raised about whether that is hemorrhage. Well, number one, to me it doesn't look like hemorrhage. It's in a dependent area downward relative to gravity that would accentuate decomposition. It's also a very broad zone. This is not an area where you would get from under the jawbone, across the front side of the neck, down onto the chest. That's not the pattern you would get from probably any injury. And specifically, that is not the pattern you would get with strangulation. Strangulation, and I'm talking about manual strangulation, meaning using the hands and fingers, because we have no evidence that a ligature was used, in other words, like a rope around the neck. So manual strangulation, if it causes injuries, causes very small localized areas of bruising and sometimes scraping on the front of the throat area. And internally, you get localized small hemorrhages in the muscles on the front of the throat. and you may or may not get, as you've heard about today, fracture of the hyoid bone, or Dr. Utz also mentioned another structure that's right next to the, going right up toward the hyoid bone. There are parts of what's called the thyroid cartilage that also are long and thin, can be broken with strangulation. But you don't get a big broad area of hemorrhage across the front or right front of the neck, and the hemorrhages from strangulation don't go down onto the chest. So the first major disagreement I have is that the findings in the face and the neck, to me, are all decompositional, and they do not represent bruising or injury from strangulation or any other kind of trauma.
Let me ask you, Doc, if there had been slides taken of what Dr. Utz described as trauma, bruising, and those slides came up looking like the slides that we were showing the jury earlier and stuff, that would be good evidence of hemorrhaging underneath the skin. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
And it is possible, of course, that you could have some bruising and it might not show up on a microscopic level. Is that true, or is that not true?
Well, that would really be a sampling issue. Remember, the piece of tissue you take for microscopic examination is small. It's like an inch by an inch kind of thing. And then you take a slice through it that's thinner than a piece of paper. So you're only taking a very small amount of tissue that you can see under the microscope. Now, if you have a bruise you see with your naked eye, and you say, I want to look at it under the microscope, and you take a sample of it from the part that you can see, the chances are you are going to see it under the microscope. Excuse me. I just got over a bronchitis thing. My apologies. Now, if you take a sample that misses it, you won't see it.
So you try to take a few, try to get the odds in your favor if you possibly can.
You do.
But as I pointed out with Dr. Utz, if there isn't any evidence to support a hypothesis, that's the same as a zero for all intents and purposes. It's the same as no evidence at all of that, right?
Right. If there's no evidence, there's no evidence. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, you're too kind.
Because I'm going to plug in the HDMI on here, try to get this image up. Challenge you one more time.
Podium. That's off, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's not seeing the podium.
Um,
What if you plug it in at your table? Because it's seeing it turning.
I plug it in?
Right.
Okay, do you mind? Will it?
And whether you would be left or right, from my perspective, I'm going to assume you're right.
Actually, I think we're right, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Judge. All right, Doc, so you saw this image up when Dr. Utz was testifying, and he pointed out to the an area just to the right of center. If we put a line right through the middle of that U, that was an area of concern of his. What's your opinion about that?
Well, first of all, Dr. Utz also mentioned where the pointer is.
Yes.
And I just want to point out that based on this photo and the other photos of the defleshed hyoid bone, there is nothing at the location of that pointer. So we can disregard that. As you said, just to our right of center, it's just to the right, our right of where the cursor is, there's a slightly redder area of soft tissue. I agree that this raises a concern that there may be hemorrhage there. I'm not convinced conclusively that it's hemorrhage, but it's a reasonable concern. However, my bigger concern here is that when you look at this, there's no indication of any discontinuity or separation or abnormal angulation of the hyoid bone at the area of the possible hemorrhage. So this photograph, and for that matter, any of the photographs of the hyoid bone prior to being defleshed do not demonstrate a dislocation. And there is no way, in my opinion, you can diagnose a dislocation from these photographs because it doesn't show it. And the only thing that you could do if you wanted to diagnose a dislocation of that hyoid bone is you would have to hold it in your hands and manipulate it and wiggle it and say, I can demonstrate that this side is looser than that side. It's abnormal. That's a dislocation. But you can't do that from the photo, and the photo doesn't show anything to suggest that. So, to me, we have no indication of injury on the front of the neck or throat that indicates strangulation. We have nothing in this hyoid bone that indicates that the hyoid bone itself is damaged, even if only dislocated, not fractured. You could get a little hemorrhage around the hyoid bone from a squeeze, from an impact. This could well be decomposition. So this is not evidence, in my opinion, of damage to the hyoid bone. I think the last thing that I want to include in this is that I made reference earlier to the injuries on the back of the neck and the back sides of the neck. The one in the back of the neck is clearly an injury, but it's not in the location where you get injuries from strangulation. You get injuries from strangulation from grabbing the front and sides of the throat, not the back. The areas that were more on the sides of the back of the neck, Dr. Utz interpreted to be scratches. First of all, as he did say, you could get those scratches from many different causes. He couldn't tell you that they were only from fingernails. He couldn't tell you that they only happened from strangulation. Even if I accept, for argument's sake, his opinion that those are scratches, and I'm doubtful about that, but let's accept that he's right. They're not in the right place for strangulation injuries. So none of those injuries back there supports a diagnosis of strangulation. So now we've reached a point where we have no injuries on the front, we have no injuries internally, we have no injuries on this body whatsoever that indicate strangulation.
Now, let's assume for argument's sake that that is hemorrhage and that someone suffered that, as you mentioned, by some like blunt trauma or some other process. If I was walking around with an injury that looked like that, would that kill me?
Oh, no.
No. So I would imagine it would be somewhat uncomfortable.
You'd probably have some pain.
But you can't die from that, is what you're saying.
No, you can't die from that. And Dr. Utz made a good point. In cases of strangulation, let's hypothetically assume we have a case of strangulation that we all agree is fatal strangulation. The actual injuries that you see, the localized hemorrhages, even the fracture of the hyoid bone if you have it, those injuries don't kill you. They are representative of the application of force that is capable of causing strangulation, which you then also interpret in the totality of the evidence, the context of everything else, including having reasonably excluded other causes of death. So if you had that tiny little bit of hemorrhage around the hyoid bone and nothing else, and you had a gunshot wound to the head, that thing on the hyoid bone now becomes completely unimportant and irrelevant. If you have that in conjunction with localized hemorrhages in the soft tissue in the skin in the front of the throat, if you have petechial hemorrhages in the eyes or the eyelids or the face, if you have damage inside the voice box itself, which you sometimes also see in a strangulation, even if there's no fracture of the hyoid bone, if you piece all of that together and have reasonably excluded any other thing, then you can call it strangulation. But we don't have those elements here.
Did you come away with any opinion regarding the level of alcohol in Miss Green's blood and what it whether or not it might have contributed to her demise?
I did.
And what was that?
Well, first of all, her post-mortem blood alcohol was a 0.28 or a 288. It's quite significantly elevated. It's a little lower than the range that's typically considered fatal by itself. And to be fair, we don't see many people who die literally from alcohol intoxication. But you can see people who die from it. And you more often see 0.3, 0.4 range. This is almost a 0.3 though. I think the two factors you have to try to assess here for this blood alcohol in this person. One is it's significantly elevated. It's very likely that she was drinking and was intoxicated before death. And the other is decomposition does, not always, but does commonly produce alcohol in the body. And the bacteria that are in the tissue and the blood can ferment the sugars and create alcohol. So it's pretty unusual to get a 0.20 or 0.28 from decomposition alone. Some of the literature says up to about a 0.08 is the range. I've seen higher than that I believed was post-mortem. So there's no firm cutoff. So some component, some part of the 0.28 probably is post-mortem, but in my opinion, it's likely that much of it was the result of drinking. So she was likely intoxicated. I can't say, I never say anything with 100% certainty because there is no such thing. So I can't give you 100% certainty that she didn't die from that alcohol concentration. It's more likely that she was intoxicated by it. Therefore, it probably, you asked me about how it relates to her death. It probably didn't kill her per se. It may have been circumstantially involved in whatever events happened to her that resulted in her death, but not likely to be the cause of her death.
So were you able to come up with an opinion about what the cause of death would be?
I do have an opinion.
What is that?
It is my opinion that we do not have sufficient evidence to indicate a specific cause of death of Ms. Green. In my opinion, based on whatever evidence we have that's available today, under these circumstances, that her cause of death should be labeled undetermined. She has no anatomical evidence that's conclusive of a cause of death. She has toxicologic evidence that is kind of wishy-washy. The alcohol isn't really her cause of death, although it's theoretically possible. I do not believe there's evidence of strangulation here, even though I agree with Dr. Utz. Under the circumstances, and I know your question was about the body, but strangulation is a very real concern here. But when you're trying to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, there's a difference between a concern and a possibility on the one hand versus reasonable medical certainty on the other.
So a reasonable medical certainty requires substantially more in your mind before you reach that point. Is that fair?
Absolutely. We reach opinions and express opinions, whether it's in court or signing a death certificate, same thing. You have to have reasonable certainty. You have to reach a point where you can say, my opinion is based on solid evidence and it is more probable than any other competing cause. Doesn't mean that every other competing cause has been 100% eliminated, but you have to reach a point where the probability lies with your conclusion, not the possibility.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, I may have one more question. So, if it's appropriate to ask you whether or not your uncertainty or your opinion that it is undetermined, is that an opinion that you reach to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it is. And in fact, that's consistent with what Dr. Otz testified to. I agree with his assessment of the concept of undetermined. You are allowed, as a medical examiner, to determine, maybe I should use a different word, you are allowed to certify the cause of death or the manner of death or both as undetermined, and he laid it out correctly. Either you have a circumstance where you don't have enough evidence to reach a single conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, or you may have evidence that says it could be more than one of the choices, and the two choices are too evenly balanced. One choice doesn't rise to high probability, so the others fall away. So undetermined is a valid conclusion that reaches medical certainty because you're saying there's no evidence or the evidence is conflicting and there's no better choice.
Thank you, Doctor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. Other than my throat freezing up, I apologize for that.
Well, the pollen's pretty bad down here too. That may not be helping us. Doctor, let me ask you this. Theresa Ann Green wasn't shot, was she?
Correct.
She wasn't stabbed.
You are correct.
She did not suffer massive blunt force trauma to her head.
I agree.
She was healthy, as far as we know. No viable disease processes that we're aware of, were there?
That's true.
She had been drinking. We don't know how, we can argue about how intoxicated she was, but you know, I'll give you that she had been drinking, but not enough to cause her death, right?
Correct.
She wasn't involved in a car crash.
That's right.
She wasn't, obviously wasn't decapitated.
That's true.
She did not have massive blunt force trauma to her chest or thoracic cavity that would have caused death, did she?
Correct, she did not.
So, okay. Now, she has no, in your opinion, no visible markers or indicia, if you will, that caused her death. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
So what's her manner of death? Is it still homicide?
I believe that there are two reasonable choices for manner of death.
Manner of death, homicide, doctor. Yes or no?
I can't give you a yes or no answer.
Okay.
It's more complicated than that.
Now, doctor, you are a consultant and have been for the last 22 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that means that you get paid by whoever hires you to work on their case, right?
I get paid for my work.
And what is your hourly rate for that work, doctor?
In this case, I'm at $450 an hour.
And I'm assuming when you said that you are a consultant, you consult both in civil and criminal cases, do you not?
I do.
What percentage of your annual income, doctor, comes from consulting in criminal cases?
I honestly don't know. I can tell you that my consulting work is split about 50-50 between criminal and civil. I don't track statistics of whether I end up getting paid more per case in criminal versus civil. There's no way for me to give you the percentage of income, but the percentage of work I do is about half and half criminal and civil.
Okay. So would it be fair, it would be fair to say, would it not, that your income from work in criminal cases is significant?
I'm sorry, significant?
Your income from work in criminal cases is significant.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's go back and talk about the slides that Dr. Utz talked about that you said you did not have the opportunity to review. And I'll give you that you did not get the chance to look at them. But does that make any difference to your opinion, not having seen the slides?
Actually, it does.
It does. Okay, tell me about that, doctor.
Well, the autopsy report indicated at least one area of tissue from the right front chest area that I described where there were slides taken. And I don't know if I'm permitted to discuss what was in the autopsy report, but...
You're not.
Okay, so I'll leave it at, the report indicates that there was at least one slide taken of an area that I opined based on the photographs was postmortem decomposition, and certainly the presence or absence of hemorrhage in that slide would be relevant to that opinion that I offered.
But your opinion as to the cause of Ms. Theresa Ann Green's death remains undetermined even without the slides, doesn't it, doctor?
Correct.
And you talked about the injury on the back of Ms. Green's neck, and are you referring to this fairly prominent one right at the base of her hairline in the middle of her neck in the back?
Yes, it was just to the right of the midline. That's the one.
Okay. That injury could be consistent with being forcibly slammed into the wall to the extent that the drywall was caved in, couldn't it?
When you pose the question as could be, the best answer is there's a possibility. It's not a location that would likely first hit if you slam someone into the wall. You've got the more protuberant part of the back of the head. You've got the base of the neck and the shoulders. Probably those are going to hit the wall first. Is there a possibility? Sure.
Well, if the shoulders hit the wall first and cave it in, leaving a depression in the wall, then that would expose the back of the neck to contact with the wall itself, wouldn't it, doctor?
Right, and it would likely cause injury to the shoulder as well that we don't have.
It would depend on what the person was wearing, would it not?
Maybe. That's a maybe. If you hit somebody in the drywall hard enough to cave it in, even with some clothing on, you're likely to get injury underneath it.
Have you got any literature to prove that, doctor, or support that?
No, this is based on 42 years of assessing injuries in humans.
And how many times have you seen people who caved in drywall, doctor?
couldn't tell you how many times, at least a handful, maybe more,
Because every autopsy is different, isn't it, doctor?
to some degree.
Because we're talking about human beings, correct?
Right, and they are in many ways similar, and each one individual as well.
And you believe that what Dr. Utz said or identified as scratch marks on Ms. Green's neck are in fact just a product of decomposition?
I believe they are more likely decomposition.
The linear marks on Ms. Green's neck are the product of decomposition, is your opinion?
That's my impression of the photographs.
And your opinion is that none of the injuries to the right front of Ms. Green's neck and chest are, rather, none of the artifacts or, is that the right word?
That's a very good word for that
Okay.
sentence,
None of the
yes.
artifacts shown on the right side of Ms. Green's face, neck, and upper torso are injuries, in your opinion?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Of course, you can have a strangulation death and not have any evidence of injury that is discernible to the naked eye, can't you?
Theoretically possible, but very unusual.
But not impossible.
Not impossible, that's true.
And absence of evidence, doctor, does not necessarily mean evidence of absence, does it?
That's correct, but absence of evidence leaves you nothing on which to reach a conclusion.
Now, we had a picture of the hyoid bone up for a significant amount of time during your testimony. And your opinion is that nothing shown in the photograph of the hyoid bone and then the ones that were shown during Dr. Utz's testimony show evidence of hemorrhage.
I said that there was a reddened area that is possibly hemorrhage and is also potentially just post-mortem.
So it might be hemorrhage or it might not be.
That's right. It could be hemorrhage. It's not convincing to me to the point of conclusive that it is hemorrhage, but it could be, yes.
Okay, and it's possible, isn't it, doctor, for the hyoid, for there to be hemorrhage around the hyoid bone, but the hyoid bone itself not be broken, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And now Ms. Green was relatively young when she was killed, wasn't she?
She was relatively young when she died, yes.
The hyoid bone doesn't typically become a solid fused structure until significantly later in life, correct?
Right, it's highly variable. I've always said it's somewhere along the line of whatever we call middle age. Could be.
Who knows what that is anymore, right?
That's a good point.
What is it, doctor? Do you know? And
Well,
I want to know too, what is middle age?
I think whatever middle age is a number that's increasing as my age does.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
I hope so.
Okay, we can agree on that, doctor.
We could definitely agree on that. But, going back to your question, somewhere roughly in your 40s, 50s is when many people start fusing at least one side of the hyoid bone, and many of them both sides.
Of course, if a strangulation victim is struggling, that would affect the pattern of injuries or even the presence of injuries visible, would it not?
Struggling is likely to have some effect on the pattern of injuries and is more likely to affect the presence of injuries by having more or more obvious injuries.
Dr. Ark, you gave us a list of things that the way I jotted it down was that you gave us a list of things or factors or observations perhaps that you would have to have before you would call a death a strangulation death. Do you recall that?
I think I did list a number of factors that typically are found or would be supportive of such a conclusion, yes.
But just because those factors, in your opinion, are not present, does not rule out strangulation as a cause of death, does it?
Well, I hate to be the nitpicker that I am, but it depends upon what you mean by rule out, which is kind of one of my pet peeves. If you're using the term rule out to mean exclude with 100% certainty, then that's not a concept that exists or that I testify to. If you're asking me, does the absence of any of those findings eliminate a possibility of strangulation, then no, that's true.
Okay.
It does not.
Yeah, we agree that Ms. Green had a rather elevated blood alcohol level as shown by the toxicology. And I believe that was a .28 blood alcohol, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified, and Dr. Rutz also testified, that during the process of decomposition, alcohol can be produced.
Yes, sir.
The blood sample was not taken from Ms. Green's body until sometime after she had been killed, correct?
Sometime after she was discovered, yes.
I mean, she wasn't found for a while, so they couldn't get it right away.
Correct.
And she'd been in the trunk of a car in May in Florida. And there was some, at least, decomposition visible on her body,
Yes, sir.
which would indicate that the fermentation process you spoke of was ongoing, wouldn't it?
It certainly could have been. It doesn't happen all the time in decomposition, but yes, it certainly raises that as a distinct possibility.
And actually, I think you just kind of foreshadowed my next question, Doctor. We don't know and we can't figure out, and there's no way to know what effect if that decomposition might have on the blood alcohol level. Is that a fair statement?
There's no way to know precisely what effect it had in terms of did it produce alcohol, and if so, how much of the alcohol was produced by postmortem decomposition. That's true.
So we just can't tell.
With any degree of precision, absolutely not. You're right.
It doesn't let us do that yet, does it?
Correct.
Doctor, let me ask you this. There were other areas on Ms. Green's body that we didn't talk about, in addition to the neck and the upper chest. Are those injuries also caused by decomposition?
I think you have to tell me specifically what you're referencing.
Were the other injuries that were caused by decomposition? Or do you know?
I'm not sure what injuries you're referring to, so I can't answer your question.
Did you focus solely on the injuries to her head and neck?
I didn't focus solely on them, but your question isn't telling me what you're asking about.
You're the expert, Doctor. There are other injuries on her body, aren't there?
I believe there were some abrasions on one side of her torso. I'm not remembering specifically what else. The abrasions on the side of her torso, I think it was the right side of her torso, to me are real injuries, not decomposition.
Okay.
Tag team match.
Now, and Doctor, we only have linear scratch marks that you say are decomposition on Ms. Green's neck.
I did?
Don't see any similar injuries anywhere else on her body, do we?
I don't recall any.
Doctor, you said there were potentially two causes of death, or I'm sorry, manners of death in this case. What are they?
To me, the two reasonable manner of death determinations here would be either undetermined Since we don't know what caused her death, it may be very fair to say that we don't really know how her death occurred, therefore her manner of death could be undetermined. And given the circumstances of how she was recovered in the trunk of the car, I think many medical examiners would say that circumstantially that is indicative of someone who came to her death at the hands of another, and that would be a manner of death of homicide. I think both of those are reasonable choices in this case.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Thank you, Art. Just briefly. Dr. Arden, in your review of the documentation that was provided to you, the images and everything from the medical examiner's office, did you see any evidence which would lead you to believe that Theresa Green had been slammed into a drywall wall?
No, I saw no such blunt trauma that would suggest a scenario like that.
Did you see any gypsum dust on any part of her body?
I do not recall seeing anything that looked like that.
And by gypsum, I mean the actual material of which drywall is manufactured and which presumably would get on you if you went through a wall made out of gypsum.
I'm familiar with drywall and what it looks like and feels like, so I understood the question.
Okay. Doc, do you have any recollection of how tall, what Theresa Green's height was reflected in the report?
I haven't committed to memory. I thought it was somewhere around 5'4".
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions on behalf of the jury? May this witness be excused.
Yes, ma'am.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense, you may call your next witness.
Defense rest, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can conclude the evidence in this case in about half an hour or so, but I need to take up something outside your presence with the attorneys. And I would like to conclude the evidence so that when we come back tomorrow, we can do closing arguments. So I'm going to ask that you step into the jury room for about 10 minutes. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Leave your pads and pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return. And do not do any independent research while you're away from us.
Are you exiting?
Mr. Marrero and Mr. Self, since you're resting, I just need to ensure that your client understands that he has the right to testify if he wishes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Hunter, you're already under oath, sir. Do you understand that you have the absolute right to testify in this trial if you want to do so? And you have the right to have the jury use the same rules when they're considering your testimony that they use when they're considering the other testimony in the case. Do you understand that? You also have the absolute right not to testify if that is your wish. Do you understand? And you have the right not to have the jury draw any inference of guilt if you exercise your right to remain silent. Do you understand? Yes. And while your attorneys should talk to you about the decision, and they may have opinions regarding whether you should testify or not, do you understand that the decision regarding whether to testify or not is yours and yours alone to make?
Yes.
And is it your desire not to testify in this matter?
May I have a moment of one second?
You may. Hunter?
No, I'm not going to testify.
All right, thank you very much. And State, do you have a rebuttal witness?
Can we have a few minutes to consult on it?
You may. And I assume the defense is renewing their motion for judgment of acquittal
We are, Your Honor.
on the same grounds?
On the same.
All right, and my ruling would be the same. All right, we will take 5 minutes. just decided to take a nap. All right, you can be seated. Defense is rested. State, do you have any rebuttal?
We do not, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that closes the evidence in this case. I'm going to keep the attorneys here, and we're going to go over jury instructions. I'm going to send you home for the evening. When you get back in the morning, we will have closing arguments, and then the jury will go out to deliberate. Same instructions I've already given you. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. I would ask that you be back here in the morning at 9 a.m. and we'll start with closing arguments in the morning. Does anyone have any questions? All right, seeing none, I'll see you back in the morning. Leave your pads and pens on the chairs.
Jury exiting.
You may be seated. All right. Does everyone have the copy of the jury instructions that were sent to all of us by Mr. Bucksmith?
I'm trying to download them again, too, I'm sorry. I keep getting dropped off to my phone.
I can always see if I'm hooked up to this printer. I don't know that I am.
I can resend them to you too, if you want to. You can't, said I just resent them to you both. I just resent them to you if you can't find them.
So, first one is 3.1, Introduction to Final Instructions. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Next is 3.2, Statement of the Charge. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Next is 7.1, the homicide instruction. Any objection? Is the standard justifiable homicide excusable? Any objection to the standard instruction? Next is the standard instruction for first-degree murder, count 1. Any objection? Next is the standard 3.4, lesser included crimes. Any objection?
No objection.
The lesser included crimes in first-degree murder or second-degree murder and manslaughter. I would assume that at least one of you is asking for those.
Yes, ma'am, the defense would ask for both.
All right, thank you. Next is 7.4, the standard instruction for second-degree murder. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Next is 7.7, the standard instruction for manslaughter. And this includes both manslaughter by act and manslaughter by culpable negligence. Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right. The next is the standard 3.7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, burden of proof. Any objection?
No.
The next is the standard weighing the evidence 3.9. 1 through 5 are always given. State, are you requesting any of 6 through 10?
6, I think, would be appropriate. I don't have any evidence to sustain 7. 8 would be appropriate. 9 would be appropriate. I don't think 10 is appropriate.
Correct.
All right, so I'll give 6, 8, and 9 and renumber them 6, 7, and 8. And I think I need to make sure to take out the bracket in 9
Yes, ma'am.
around misdemeanor. And when you get to the second page of those instructions, there is the italicized, the defendant in this case has become a witness. I think I need to delete that. Would everybody agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Next is 3.98, defendant not testifying. Any objection?
No objection.
Next is 3.9B, defendant statements. Is anyone requesting this instruction?
The state is not. I included it. I think it's more meant for statements to law enforcement, and we really only have a statement by the defendant
Right.
to Mr. Butler. Which the voluntariness really isn't even an issue.
Yeah.
But I'll defer to the defense.
No, Judge, we don't think that 3.9B applies.
All right, then I will delete it. Next is 3.10, the standard rules for deliberation. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Next is 3.11, cautionary instruction. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Next is 3.12, verdict. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection to the verdict form that has been provided?
I did change, at the request of Mr. Self, the year of the verdict form, and I think I changed it before or after I sent this copy to you.
All right, I do need to put 26, so I can do that.
Otherwise, no objection.
All right. And then we have 3.13, submitting the case to the jury. On page 2 of that, I sent the exhibits back. We don't have any firearms or controlled substances, so I don't see any reason not to send all the exhibits back.
Agreed, Your Honor.
So I'll give A and I won't give B. State, are you requesting any additional instructions?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, are you requesting any additional instructions? I'll make the changes. I'm going to remove the extra spaces so that it takes up less paper and flows a little better. And then I will print copies for all the jurors and for each of you, and I'll email you a copy so that you'll have it if you want to use it during your closings tomorrow.
I did include in the manslaughter instruction both by act and culpable negligence out of an abundance of caution. I'm not really sure if we have any evidence to support a culpable negligence theory, but if the defense wants it in there, I have no objection.
Defense?
I hadn't given this any thought. Yeah, just in an abundance of caution, would ask for it to be included, Judge.
Okay.
There's so little spurious instruction in this instructions that we can afford it.
All right, then I will keep it in there.
And I believe I think the manslaughter, the definition of culpable negligence has changed slightly in the past 6 months. However, I used the definition that I believe was in place at the time of this crime. I think that's appropriate.
I was unaware that it had changed, Judge.
It's a very slight change in one of the last sentences of culpable negligence. It actually makes it read a little easier, but that's a new change that wouldn't have been in effect at the time this crime happened.
That sounds appropriate, Judge. If I have an objection, I'll raise it tomorrow.
All right. And how long do you think you'll need for closing arguments? Steve?
I'd asked for an hour. I don't think I'd use it all.
Okay. Defense?
About the same, Judge.
Okay. Good enough. Then I will get these to you and let you go and prepare for tomorrow. I'll see you at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.